Right. All right. So we're live.
We are
Oh, I see
live.
that. It says live now instead of off air.
Yeah.
I thought that was click it to make it off air. Okay, well, shows how much I know.
Yeah. It's a lot easier hooking this up this time than last time. That's crazy.
Heck yeah. Ugh. Yeah, it wasn't
Thanks
bad.
for making it easier. Too bad we just kind of spent 30 minutes talking about what we were going to talk about. Should have just started it earlier.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. Everybody missed it. It would
We're
have
just going to have to rehash all that. Okay, Scott, go.
been.
Uh,
So Star Wars.
what were we talking about?
You said like your shop charges you get 50% off on variants. Is that right?
Yeah,
That's cool. My
I
shop
didn't know that. He was like, "You didn't read the pull list thing when I gave it to you, did you?" And I was like, "Apparently not, or I would have been buying variant."
That's not bad.
that's kind of cool. My shop does all that stuff like cover. I mean, if you can, I think like the one-offs they put in somebody's box, but like all the 1 in 20s or the 1 in whatevers, then those just go straight on the shelf,
Yeah.
and it's first come first serve kind of thing.
Well, see,
So there's like
that's what shocked me about that is he had a full stack of Star Wars comics like on the shelf, and then the
yeah,
variants rack was still pretty much like he had two Scotty Youngs left. He had like three or four of the toy variants still on the shelf, and I'm like, I thought people were going to be buying this book to death. Like, there's 100 variants. Somebody better start buying them, or else Marvel's going to be like, we got to raise prices. We lost money on those 100 variants.
they were planning on selling like 1 million copies of that book. So I mean, I don't know.
I don't know if it came close to that.
Those numbers are
um,
crazy.
the the newsletter that Mile High Comics sends out through email says that not only did they sell out of 1 million copies of the regular cover of Star Wars #1, the second printing, which isn't due out for another week or so, is already sold out.
Well, I mean, that just means that the shop ordered 400 copies or whatever. That doesn't mean that
Yeah.
the shop sold,
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they're sold. They're sitting on the shelf and the shop bought them.
Right.
Well, I know the shop I go to, they're completely sold out of Star Wars #1, the variant covers and everything.
They got it. My shop, there's probably still 30 copies on the shelf. But
Mine doesn't have 30. He has like maybe 10. So, I mean, granted, he probably ordered, 500 copies of it. So that's not. I think he did a good job on that one. He didn't, you know, lose out a lot on that one, I guess. But
Yeah.
Tim, I gotta thank you for this.
yeah, you like it?
Oh, I love it. I have no clue what's going on
Right.
because it's like a mini series or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they do those every once in a while. I picked up one of those. They just kind of threw it in my pool box at one point when I started pooling six gun, because prior to that I was just picking them up off of eBay,
Yeah.
and it was like Sons of the Gun or something, and I had no idea what was going on. It
Yeah.
was pretty cool.
But I like the art and I like the story. Like when I got done reading the story, I was like, "Oh my God, this is awesome!" And it was like, "I hate Tim. He makes me spend money." Like I said that out loud at the shop, and like everybody looked at me like, "Who's Tim? There's nobody there with you." Like
Yeah, some dude.
it's like some dude I know, and they're like, "Yeah, right, some dude."
You don't have any friends, Chris? Yeah.
At one point in time, I had people walking up because I used to live like 15 minutes away from my store, and I used to have like 4 days off a week from work. I only worked 3 days a week, so like I would have people walking up to me in the store and be like, "Yeah, what have you heard about this?" And I'll start talking to them, and then Richard's like, "You have a question?" And they was like, "Oh, he's helping me," and he was like, "He doesn't work here. He just comes here every day." Like I was like Brian off of Comic Book Man. It's like, "Do you work here?" No, I just sit here and hang out with my friends all day.
They make good coffee. I hang
Why
out.
not?
Yeah. I swear I was like this close to being able to sit behind the counter. Like I'm so close.
Nice. Nice.
Like no, that's Tyler's stool. You can't sit there.
Just take a stool with you next time you go in and just put it behind the counter.
There you
Just
go.
sit down and be like, so how's everybody day going? Watch everybody just look at me like, what are you doing?
Well, I don't worry. Go about your business.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
So, what do you guys think of this? The impending Marvel reboot?
I really don't look at it as a reboot.
Yeah.
I basically look at it as Marvel's going, okay, we've got like 5 different titles out with the same name, with different characters in it. People are complaining because our books charge too much. So why don't we just cut down our books that we make? And I seen a live press thing where they talked to 2 bigwigs, which one I know the name of, Alex Afonso.
Right.
Been working for Marvel for like years.
Mhm.
And the other guy was Tom somebody. I don't know who he is. But they talked about it, and they basically laid it out. And they said what they're going to do is they're going to take the Marvel Now universe, and they're going to take the Ultimate universe, and they're going to make them fight. And whoever dies, dies. Whoever lives, lives. From now on, that will be your Marvel universe.
So, are they going to get rid of Peter Parker, or are they going to get rid of Miles Morales?
Well, see, that's what I'm thinking. Like, everybody's like, oh, this will be great for Miles Morales. And I was like, that's been going on for a while. And they just brought back Spider-Man, last year?
Yeah.
Like, Peter Parker? So, I mean, unless they, which the guy did say, we're going to piss a bunch of people off. You're going to laugh. You're going to cry. You're going to cuss at us for killing your favorite characters. You're going to, be happy that your favorite characters lived and made it through it. But he said, yeah, that's pretty much what they're doing. They're just simplifying everything. Everything that has ever happened in Marvel still happened. It's all continuity related. It's just like, they're just narrowing down the field. So, I mean, if they kill Peter Parker, I guess I'm going to have to, pick up, I guess the Amazing Spider-Man will feature Miles Morales now. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I guarantee there will be characters, there will be situations like that where both of them will come out. I can't see them just taking 2 characters that they can make money off of and killing one off.
I mean, he is in the X-Men right now, right?
Peter Parker?
No, Miles Morales.
I don't know. The only Marvel book I read now is Magneto, and I'm thinking about dropping it.
Turn south.
Which
I mean,
is basically,
not because I don't like Magneto. It's just I'm just kind of over all of Marvel's BS. I mean, it's
Well,
they killed off Wolverine, right? Like he's dead, but now he's in more books a month than before they killed him off. So what's the?
And I mean, I really don't see how people are even I don't see how people are even buying that. Like when I got Death of Wolverine, I got the 4-part Death of Wolverine. When I came back in my shop to pick up my pool, there was a book that said something about like Deadpool. It's a Deadpool something dealing with the death of Wolverine. I was like, what's this? And he was like, I mean, you like Deadpool? I figured you'd want it. And I was like, no, that's over. He's dead.
Right.
I don't want this. I mean, I'm not gonna buy every miniseries that comes out after this just because Wolverine died.
Right.
they have to give you their funeral for a friend storyline, the aftermath of what happens because that hero is gone and how people react to it. And
Well, I mean, they did that, and then they turned around and gave him his own weekly series, which he's not in.
is that the Wolverines?
Yeah.
I've heard a little bit about them. I'm the same way. The only new books I pick up are a few indie titles, some Image and IDW or some things like that.
Yeah. Crazy.
I don't know. I missed a lot of stuff over about 10 years that I wasn't reading books, and prices on new books are ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, what, like $4 or $5 a piece?
Yeah.
No, thank you. I thought $2.99 for the longest time was too much to pay for a new comic book. And now it's almost twice that. That's retarded.
And see, what I don't get is how they don't think, well, if you lowered the price back to $2.99 or even $1.99, I mean, that would literally double my pull list. Like, it would literally cut it in half, and then I could pull more books.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm spending like $60 to $70 a month just on my pull list.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at. But
And
a lot of the stuff that I'm reading now is ending, so I'm not sure if I don't know. I mean, like Swamp Thing is coming to an end. There's a couple like of indie titles that are just series that are wrapping up, like Names, and I don't think Trees is going to be an ongoing kind of thing. But you know,
from what people say, it should be. It's really good from what a lot of people say.
yeah, Trees is awesome. It started off like slow, but I think it's some of Warren Ellis's best stuff. I tried reading his Moon Knight, and it was just I just couldn't care. It didn't grab me. But Trees is great.
I gotta get
Spider
back.
Heart.
And see, the worst part is I'm pulling Moon Knight right now, and it was going to be a tester book to see if I liked it, and I do like it. But if I had to drop one book right now if I pull, that's the bad part. Is like it's like one of the best-selling Marvel books they have out right now. I think it's one of the best ones I read as far as storyline. But that would be the one book that I would drop. Just because, I mean, all I have of Moon Knight is 3 issues, and I mean, I already pulled Batman, so.
Right.
I already pulled Batman.
I mean, you know, if you get Batman with personality syndrome, it's Moon Knight.
Right. Yeah. No, it's Marvel's Rich Ninja. Yeah.
Yeah. But speaking of indie stuff, I think this right here is a lot like Trees. Like y'all said, it was real slow at first.
Right.
This was so slow. This was so slow. I was like, I'm gonna drop this, and then I got number 4, and then I read it, and I'm like, oh, it makes sense now.
Yeah, that's like right here in my stack of stuff to read, and I just haven't gotten to it because it was just the same thing. The first 3 issues of Fade Out was just dragging and dragging and dragging, and it got to the point I just didn't care. I mean, I think I flipped through it, but I can't tell you what happened in it.
And I mean, the weird part is it's not some great, huge, earth-shattering thing that happens in the book. It just gives you a little bit more of the story, enough to keep you interested.
Right.
So it's not like you've come to a realization about anything.
Right. Well, that's a lot. Brubaker does that a lot with a lot of his stuff. I mean, with like Fatal in particular, the book that they did before they did the Fade Out, which is amazing. It's like 1940s crime drama, running through Cthulhu kind of thing. It's really, 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 really good. And it was the first 4 issues or first 4 pages of an issue would be them dealing with what happened in the last issue, and then there's like 12 pages of them leading up to what's about to happen, and then it'll happen, and then you just have to wait for them to finish it. And it's kind of a cycle that repeats itself. It's
I
kind of
missed
like
a lot of good stuff. I missed Fatal. I missed by the time I got to Saga, it was like 24 issues in.
yeah,
Like that, and I'm like, well, I'm lost. Like, I mean, I could try to pick it all up, but
yeah, trade.
yeah, do it that way or something like that. There's a lot of stuff I'm gonna start getting in trade. Like Swamp Thing, I'm gonna get in trade. I like Swamp Thing.
The New 52 Swamp Thing, I've really, really, really enjoyed it. That's my only DC book, but I like that a lot. I'm gonna be like pissed when that goes because I mean it seems like it was just getting somewhere.
See, I think I pulled 3 DC books. I pulled Batman, Red Lanterns, and Flash.
Yeah.
And the only one that I really enjoy is kind of a toss-up between Flash and Red Lanterns. And they're getting rid of Red Lanterns. So I'm like, well, great. Like, you know.
Sucks.
Didn't know
Yeah. I'm pulling more Image books than anything.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I have
$2.99 for Manifest Destiny. That's why not? You know, and
I'm thinking about going to pick that up too. I'm gonna pick up a couple back issues and give it a read and see if I like it. And if I like it, it'll end up on the pool too.
my favorite thing about Manifest Destiny would have to be like the colors. It's not. It kind of comes off to me like a Monster of the Month kind of book. You know, the whole historical fiction kind of thing is interesting. The Lewis and Clark find them monsters, fine, but there's not a lot of story other than them just running from what they just found. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So unless they're just getting into their stride and going to break off into more characterization, I mean, that book's been on my chopping block for like 3 months now. Yeah. It just sucks because you look at all the new stuff, right? And then you go back and you break out, like, I don't know, Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol, and you compare, like, Jeff Lemire's Animal Man to Grant Morrison's Animal Man, and you're like, this is just crap.
Yeah.
It's kind of depressing. I like that there's comics lately have been more like writer oriented, like there's more
Yeah.
hot writers than there are artists. But it just, how many Matt Fraction books do we need a month? You know what I'm saying?
I can't remember what you were doing earlier, but me and Scott were talking about that. I don't think I pull anything that he's ever wrote, and I don't know of any books of his that I've got to get, like, unless he did like a storyline of, like, something. I don't know anything that he's wrote.
I said Hawkeye. That's the only
Yeah.
thing I can think of. Well, he's got that new, was it that Image book, Odyssey or something like that?
Yeah.
I hadn't picked it up. I saw it at the flea market already for $1. And I think it's on issue like 3 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
But that's it. I was just looking through my stuff. The only writer that I think I have more than one title from is Remender.
Yeah,
I've
he
been
writes
picking
a
up
bunch.
Black Science, and I started picking up Low.
Low's great. That book's awesome. I mean, just for the art alone, it's amazing.
Well, and I was making this point to Jennifer the other night. She doesn't, maybe she wasn't paying attention. She just doesn't get it. But both these Black Science and Low, two different artists, but it must be something with Remender. The art, their styles are very similar to me. They both kind of have that. It's not that super refined superhero kind of style,
Right.
I'm like, they could switch artists, and a lot of people probably wouldn't notice it first.
Yeah.
They're both good. I mean, I like the art. It's just, it must be something with him and that the style he likes for his indie books. I mean, which is cool with me, but I don't know. I don't get into that following a particular. I got into following certain artists back in the '90s a little bit when I was a teenager, but now I don't really follow a particular writer or artist. I'll try a book, and if I like it, I'll pick it up.
Yeah.
I used to do that. And the same thing. It was in the '90s, and I would follow Jim Lee wherever Jim Lee went, or
Yep.
I'm not proud to admit it.
Even if it's a Blueberry box.
Right. I have that. It's awesome. But now it's more. Oh, what else did Brubaker write? Like Incognito and Criminal. Those are great.
Yeah.
I'm just not digging.
When you brought up the blueberry thing on your video, I was sitting there eating a bowl of blueberry. And you're like, it tastes like crap, but I mean, that's awesome that Jim Lee did the artwork. And I'm sitting there going, it doesn't taste like crap, it's pretty good. And I was sitting there just shoveling it in my mouth. I was like, Tim had the camera put up my
It's like,
I swear. Like,
I don't think I've eaten blueberries since I was a kid.
well, see, that's why I bought it, and that's why I ate it, because I hadn't ate it since I was a kid, and I seen it. And then I get home, I start watching videos on YouTube, and Tim's like, yeah, Jim Lee did the art on the box. And I was like, I grabbed my box and was like, holy crap, you did. Like, I got a mouthful of cereal, like. Is it seeming to y'all like, okay, like a lot of people will get their foot in the door with a lot of major companies, like somebody will write something for Marvel or DC, but then as soon as they get a chance to do whatever they want to do, they jump to Image or an independent company and just jump like Scott Snyder. Scott Snyder did Batman, and some people loved it, some people hated it, whatever. But then the next thing you know, Witches by Scott Snyder is coming out at Image, and it just seems to me like a lot of the guys are using Marvel and DC to get their foot in the door just so they can leave and go to Image and make whatever book they want to make, not whatever book they're given to do.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. I mean, that's what I would do. But I mean, I've just noticed that here a lot more lately. It's like every time I turn around, somebody from Marvel or DC is going to Image, and they're putting out some other title, and it usually ends up being 10 times better than what they were writing in Marvel or DC.
Yep. Well, they learned.
Jason Aaron's doing that now. Well, he didn't leave Marvel, but he's doing his own book at Icon, which is Marvel. But yeah.
Yeah, they want to be Vertigo.
Right. Well, it's more like creator-owned stuff. That's where Powers started, or not started, but that's where it ended up, and that was Bendis.
Yeah.
I think wasn't the Watchmen a Vertigo book too?
No, that was just straight up DC. That was
DC.
That's before
Vertigo.
I think that's one of the stories that kind of pushed him into making the Vertigo line, because it came just a few years after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What doesn't make sense to me is why DC and Marvel don't go, hey, instead of going to Image and writing this book, we'll put it out.
Well, they're too greedy. They don't give them the same, even with their creator-owned lines. I'm sure they don't give them the same, benefits, the same, package deal that like Image and some of the others do.
They need to, because Image is building. Image, to me, is not the big two anymore, and then Image, it's the big three.
Right, but would Witches have been such a big deal if nobody knew who Scott Snyder was?
No, I mean, I've got #1 that Kenneth Brown sent me in like that huge gift package with Avengers Annual #10, and I still haven't even read it. Like, I can just look at the cover and be like, this is either going to be hit or miss. I can tell.
It's worth flipping through just for the
I'm
jock
going
art.
to read it. I'm going to give it a read. That's what today is. Today is comic book read day. It's catching up on stuff that I haven't read yet.
On Witches?
Which is, yeah.
Yeah, I picked up the first two. I haven't even read the second one yet. I found it at the flea market for a quarter.
Yeah. What flea market do you go to?
Flea market for a quarter. That's awesome. All that stuff's going to end up in the... I mean, you're not finding Saga #1 for a quarter, hopefully. If you do,
I don't find any of those. Don't find any Saga. Very, very few Walking Dead, but he does get a few of those just from time to time. They go pretty quick, and they're all current issues.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine who used to work with me said he went to the Anderson Jockey Lot, which is a giant flea market here in South Carolina.
Yep.
Not Tim, Scott, have you been there?
I haven't been there, but the guy at the flea market that sells all the comics, he doesn't go there. There's always this other older guy that's sitting there. It's a buddy of his, and they're always talking. He goes up to Jockey Lot and sells movies and things. I've heard all about it. Most of the vendors at my flea market go to Jockey Lot at least from time to time. I think they're owned by the same people.
I think so too. A guy who I worked with said he went up there and he bought The Killing Joke first print for like $15, and I was like, "Well, it's got to be $20 crap." And he was like, "No, I mean it's got a little spine stress here and there, like a couple ticks or whatever, but I think one of the corners he said was a little bit rounded, but other than that, he got it for like $15." And I'm like, I've got to go and start going to the flea market.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's if you're in Greenville, there's another one. I don't know the name of it. Springy 102 used to do videos on here. He lives up around that area, and there's another one up there. He says it's a pretty good size. I don't know the name of it. I think it was around Spartanburg, though.
I swear he worked at my comic book store. I walked in, and there's a guy who has a voice just like his. And I walked in the store one day, and I was like, "Hey, do you do videos on YouTube?" And he was like, "No." And I was like, "Okay." I was just checking, because I swore it was him.
What's the store?
Richard's Comics and Collectibles.
No. He does
No.
work at the comic book store though.
Yeah.
He was working at Borderlands.
Oh, was he?
Hmm.
See, when I went to Borderlands, I walked in the door when I first started collecting, and I walked in and started looking around just to figure out what I'd like. And the guy behind the counter was like reading either a comic or a magazine or something. It might have been a trade paperback or whatever. And he was just sitting there reading, and he just looked up when I came in the door and just looked right back down at his book. I walked around for like an hour and a half, and the only words that anybody said to me was, "Oh, you can't look at those. They're not for sale right now." And I'm like,
Well, that's honestly that's how every comic book store around here is. You go in, they might say, hey, that's about it until you go up to the counter. But I mean, yeah, I've never had anybody come up and ask if I needed help looking for anything or
well, see, that's why I ended up going to Richards. I walked in the door at Richards, and he was like, "Hey, what you looking for?" And I was like, "I don't know. I'm just starting." And he was like, "Okay, what do you like?" And I was just like, "Really? Oh, you're gonna talk to me? Oh, this is awesome. Okay." I'll actually, get pointed into. He was like, I was like, "I like Spider-Man." He was like, "Amazing Spider-Man just restarted." I was like, "When did it end?" And he was like, "Oh, you poor thing. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. You'll be all right." He was like, "They killed Peter Parker." I was like, he was like, "Yeah, he's back. Don't worry. He didn't stay dead long."
yeah, either time.
But I just think that Marvel and DC would really benefit. Like, if they would give these people the chance, because if not, everybody's just going to go to Image and sell their big book there. I mean,
The money's got to be better, and they have more control about the product that they're putting out. So
yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't make any. If Robert, like, if I would not be shocked to say that to hear that if Robert Kirkman said, yeah, I optioned for DC. I gave them, my first book that I did of The Walking Dead, and they were like, no, pass. It won't be any good. And we don't put out books like that.
Nope.
And they just passed on it, and now,
Well, the story goes that Image
they're
passed
like,
on
you're stupid. Who's the guy who turned him down? Fire him. Like,
Well, the story I read about it said even Image turned him down at first.
really?
Yeah, he had to go and tweak the story, and that's when he changed it so that originally it was supposed to be an alien invasion that caused the zombies. Because he got up to like issue 18 or something, and they finally came and asked him, so where are the aliens? And he kind of snickers like, oh, yeah, no, there's no aliens. But by then, I guess
He
it was
pitched him the
selling well enough.
water idea and then changed his mind halfway through it or something.
No, he just gave them a bogus idea so they would let him start the comic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he made the aliens stuff was made up. It was just to make it sound better. That's the story that I read. I've heard him talk about it a little bit, but I don't whether it's actually true or not. But
right.
I just thought it was kind of funny. Now we know the cause of the Walking Dead, and it's aliens.
Yeah. I mean, the virus thing that they say, like the virus that's already in everybody, it's just you have to die. Didn't they do that in Romero stuff?
Well, there's even kind of less explanation of what it is in Romero's movies, but yeah, pretty much, once it starts, anybody dies for any reason, unless they're shot through the head or something, they come back.
Yeah.
So
I told my mom. My mom says, you're stocking up you're stocking up on food. She was like, I'm proud of you. I know you ain't gonna go hungry. I was like, that's my prepping. And she was like, prepping for what? I was like, zombie apocalypse. And she's a nurse, and she's like, that can never happen, right? And I was like, is there a disease that'll make your brain swell and make you violent? And she was like, yeah, it's called, I can't remember what she said it was called. And I was like, there you go. And she was like, that's not the same thing as a zombie. And I was like, pretty much.
Bath salts. Called bath salts.
Yeah, bath salts. make you want to eat somebody's face off.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I could not believe that when I seen that on TV.
No, it's crazy. You talk about prepping, and I've got an emergency bag of a military backpack over there
I
with
think, Scott, I think
MREs.
everybody in the South does it to a degree. To a degree, like everybody's got the fire extinguishers in the med kit, and like 2 or 3 packs of water and like a whole lot of spam. And it's like, you know what? We're ready. 10 cans of spam and two 24 packs of water. We can ride out the apocalypse.
MREs and ramen noodles.
Oh man.
That's funny. So,
Yeah.
Scott, earlier you were talking about that list you saw. What was that? With the
Oh yeah. The YouTube channel Watch Mojo that does a bunch of top 10 lists and things like that. They have uh, voting on their website set up for top 10 YouTube comic book channels. And I know their lists, they always go for, the higher end production value and the more entertainment oriented channels. But I was surprised to see that there are there's 64 channels that people are voting on now, and from inside our comic book community, the people that just show off their collections and stuff, we have some people that are on the voting.
That's pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah, I have the list pulled up now. The
I
oh,
guarantee you Mercenauts on it.
it has changed. The first one at number 36 is Captain Strangelove.
He
It's
deserves
crazy
it.
to think that there's somebody higher than him, though. I mean, he's like the granddaddy Pumbaa.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, the top ones, the top five is Comic Storian, Marvel Explained, Variant Comics, Nerd Sync Productions, and then Comic Book Cast. And number 6 is TV Little House that you were talking about earlier.
Is that the guy that explains everything, or it's like the two people that know and the two people that don't kind of deal?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the one guy who knows everything about comics and the two guys who kind of know the basic kind of stuff, and then he tells them the story, and the whole time they're just like, wait, why did they do that? And it's like, I don't know.
hmm But that's the kind of channels that are they always make the top of the
Oh yeah, of
list.
course.
They have like I think Comic Story, and I know they got over 100,000 subscribers. Um, Variant Comics has I think over 100, and these other guys they all have 30, 40, 50,000. Um, so and that's who's voting on it is people that watch the uh, YouTube channels like that, and you see because they also have like who is this Mr. Sunday Movies.
I've heard the channel. I don't think I've ever seen it.
I've heard of his name on the list of movie review channels, but I didn't know it was anything about comic books. So, and then there's I don't know, people used to make fun of this girl, Comic Book Girl 19 with the pink hair.
Mercy?
No,
Yeah.
no. This is another girl. It's one of those channels that everything is designed. She's telling you what you need to read this week. She's advertising for. It's almost like they get paid by Marvel and DC. I'm
Right.
sure they don't because it's a YouTube channel, but that's what they're aspiring to do. They're trying to, whereas we're trying to make videos to interact with people like us, they're trying to get 100,000 people and make some money off of their videos and stuff like that. And so they're the ones that are going to make it top of the list. I was just surprised to see, the regular, I guess they would just call them regular vloggers or whatever. People making the list. Comic Quarters on here, Howler Mouse, Full Killer,
He's great.
Vin Crew.
That's
It's cool. It'd be nice if I could get up in the top 10.
Did you see Howler Mouse's video where he did the fight with the Mothman thing?
Yeah.
That was great. That was amazing. He's like, he's not dead, but he ain't happy. So I was like, oh my god.
Yup. He grabs the damn gun and the hatchet. He's like, "Oh, I'm coming after you now."
When he sat back down and had the like black eye makeup on and the ripped shirt and everything, I was like, holy crap, dude, you went over the top. This is great.
Yup. Wish I could come up with ideas like that.
Like his Cyberpunk man. That was always funny. Like his
Yes.
Cyberman from Doctor Who with like a leather jacket listening to Ramones or Dead Kennedys or something. That was always funny.
Yeah, I love that. I'm a Doctor Who fan, so it was like, yeah.
I found out yesterday that I guess it was yesterday is the 20th anniversary of Out Come the Wolves by Rancid.
I've seen a lot of Rancid stuff on lately. Maybe that's what it is. It's all anniversary.
Yeah, it just made me feel old because I was like, dang, I remember hearing that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like every song on that album was a single. I was like, makes me feel old, and then I don't know.
It's been a while.
Either one. Who's picking this up?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I have issue 1.
Yeah, I seen that on your video. You were like, I finally got this because all you guys say it's really good. So I found it at the flea market and I got it. I think, how much did you get it for? $1?
Yeah, they were at actually at Second and Charles. They had 2 of them for $1. So I got it right here though. I finally read it, and it's I mean it's pretty good. First issue. I'd like to find the next couple of issues for $1 a piece and pick them up. But I could see paying. It's only $3.50, and well, that's one thing. I think Tim, you and I, we talked about that before, about how some of the Image books, some of these other indie books, you flip through, and you might be paying, $3.50, and the few that are $3.99, but it's just story. There's no
ads.
Yeah, no ads to deal with every other page and all that. Which, at least you're getting a little more for your money.
Right.
And I will say, these indie books, good Lord, the coloring, I don't know what they're doing, but especially on stuff like FVP, their coloring is blowing me away. It's best coloring, I think, since probably like the Silver Age or something. It's just they're using some, like in FVP, they go from using these bright pinks and stuff to transitioning into darker panels and all. It's just it's really neat. I'm sure it's all because it's more computerized and stuff now, but it's really cool.
I was gonna try to find a panel in here to show you that illustrated, but the back cover. I mean, look at the back cover on this.
Mm-hmm.
That's just awesome. And that's the back cover. I mean, that's not even what's in the story.
Well, I gotta get some more of those.
It sucks that it says though, in 2 months, Copperhead #6.
Yeah, that sucks.
I
I mean, is it going to be like, every 2 months from now on, or is something going on? Or?
Break. I mean, a lot of these.
I'm sure it's all because it's more computerized and stuff now.
Oh, jeez. What the hell?
I can hear myself.
Sorry, I think that's me. I was messing with some stuff. I was trying to get the chat window open, but I can't figure it out. Because we had somebody commented on your MRE thing, so I'm up with it on my phone. Because I'm technologically inept.
I was looking here earlier. I don't see how you.
Maybe next time we'll figure it out. But yeah.
No way to access comments or anything, at least on here.
Somebody knows.
I'm gonna try something real quick.
Cool. Try whatever you want. But yeah, coloring on the image stuff is. I'm right there with you. But there are Sandman Overture. Either of you guys picking that up?
No, I'm not.
No.
The
I need to
colors,
because it's Neil
yes.
Gaiman.
Yeah, Neil Gaiman and J.H. Williams III and Dave Stewart, I think is his name. He's doing the colors. It's phenomenal. I mean, like the new issue of Witches, I think the guy went a little overboard with it. There's a lot of like paint splatter kind of effect on all the pages. It's a bit much, but like Low, the colors in Low are freaking amazing. You know, it's Image is definitely bringing it with the coloring. But yeah.
Yeah. The coloring on Low is really good.
Yeah. Or I mean, even like the, trees. The art isn't phenomenal, honestly. I don't pick it up for the art, but the color is really good. Compare that to Avengers, for example. It just kind of seems a little flat in comparison. But they have the resources to do that. They can. Yeah, we're not going to do ads in our book. Our book's going to be 28 pages, whatever, and it's their thing, so they can do it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's
I mean, even like the.
there's a lot of the Marvel and DC books I look at.
Honestly, I don't pick it up for the art.
The same way the coloring does. It's like flat. Doesn't look right to me.
But you go back to the 80s, and it wasn't as fancy, or I don't know. The color separation thing kind of started with when the new Image books came out, like way back when, But the Bronze and the Silver Age coloring. I mean, that stuff's still great. You don't see a lot of like
Hold on 1 second.
on comics, which is a shame. Look at, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have your older X-Men stuff or anything really from the Bronze Age from DC or the Silver Age from DC, and the colors on the covers are just amazing. But it's not separated and oversaturated like it is now, but it still looks good. I mean, sometimes I kind of wish they would just go back to that. The whole, like, blocky, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I totally agree. There was one I picked up a couple weeks ago, Metamorpho,
Right?
number 7. And I've never picked up a Metamorpho issue before. I've read a few things. I think it was in the Outsiders or something before.
Right.
But I just looked at this and I was like, man, I got bad glare here. It was in really good shape, and I don't know, the colors. I don't know if it's the particular shades they used or the technique or what, but yeah, I agree with you. I saw that, and I mean, I think it was, this is stickers, wrong price. I think it was like $4. I was just blown away by those colors. Like you said, it's still so bright. Yeah, if they went back to something more like that, yeah, that would definitely be worth picking up.
I mean, for like the stuff. I mean, not on everything, obviously, but just like, I don't know. I think it would fit with some people's art style. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you have your oversaturation and your everything else, but like, where did I put it? Yeah.
I like the coloring and Image in the early days.
I do. Look at this. Look at the green in this.
Oh yeah, I have that whole run up to 20 something.
I'm working on it. I've got basically 1 through 13. I need like 7 and 8. They're not gonna be hard to find.
No, I came across 2 or 3 copies of each of those today.
Yeah.
Hey, let me know.
It doesn't have one, and it gets to the point where some books aren't worth picking up on eBay.
Oh Lord no, Lord no. If it's from the 90s, don't buy it.
Yeah, like Carnage Man 99 on here. I bought Spider-Man 603 from him, J. Scott Campbell cover, for $2.99.99. With shipping, it put it at $8. But if I would have found that at my shop, it would have been like a $20 book.
Damn.
You know, just because J. Scott Campbell drew the cover. You know, it was like that whole Spider-Man 607 thing. J. Scott Campbell draws the cover. It's a $50, $60 book. No, it's not. It's not, you know, but you just have to shop around and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
But then you have like his book at Image. It's not worth anything. But he
which
does
one?
like the covers to
13?
whatever, and it's weird. It's like they just want the cover art from J. Scott Campbell, but they're not interested in him doing interiors.
You mean
Like I
Gen
would love.
13, or you mean like has he done a new one?
You know, I'm talking like what was it, Ben 13? I don't think he's done a. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
I
If
know
he's
he
done.
did Gen 13,
Yeah.
which I need to pick up. I'm wanting to get those. As corny as that sounds, I need to get the Gen 13 run done because I can get all of them for like $1.
Right.
Yeah.
But like you said, he does the cover to an Amazing Spider-Man book, and it's a $60 book. But the stuff he does interiors on, I mean, you find that for $1, $2, whatever.
Which really kind of ticked me off because I waited that out and waited it out and waited it out, and the lowest I can get it was I got 607 for like $28. It got here, I was like, this is so awesome, and then I open it up and read the interior story. The artwork is crap.
Right.
The interiors on that book, but it was crap. The only reason they put J. Scott Campbell on the cover was to sell the book.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why didn't you just let J. Scott Campbell write the freaking book?
That's something, and that's become a trend, I think, especially at Marvel. It's good business plan. I mean, you lure them in with the cover. That still works. But yeah, it's a ripoff when you have that gorgeous cover and you open it up and the interior art makes you want to barf.
Yeah, I mean, like, and see, what I don't get is like, I know they said that Alex Ross is doing almost all, if not all, the covers for Secret Wars. Is he doing the interior?
Doubtful.
Yeah, I got it.
Why not? See, that's the point. Why not? I mean, I know I
Does
know
he
you
even
guys
do
think they're really
interiors on
good at what they do.
anything?
They probably charge a lot, but I mean, it's Marvel. I'm paying $4.99 a book. Why can't they pay these guys what they want? Like,
I don't know. He's done interiors, and it's all been amazing. Marvels, and he did that.
Kingdom Come.
and Michael League said he likes the milkshakes and the MREs.
I don't think I have one with a milkshake.
I don't think I've
I've
ever.
had a couple, and I didn't mind the chocolate, but don't go near the strawberry.
I wouldn't. I don't like strawberry.
You'll regret it later.
No, I don't like strawberry, so I wouldn't touch it anyway.
Yeah, that's.
But yeah, I just don't get like stuff that would really make these companies money. Like if DC or Marvel really wants to make real money, get the cream of the crop artists, pay them what you want to pay them, and what they want to get paid. I mean, don't completely bend to their will.
I mean, all these guys have pages. I mean, you could call up Adam Hughes tomorrow and go, "Hey, man, did you do me a page of whatever Witchblade? Here's a blank check." And you'd go, "Yeah, here you go." So I mean, it's a business. This is what these guys do for money. It's just they.
Yeah. But I mean, like Greg Capullo on Batman or Jim Lee on Batman. Those runs could have lasted so much. How long did Jerry Conway work on Amazing Spider-Man? Wasn't it like a 2-year run that he wrote for Amazing Spider-Man?
I don't know.
It was a long time, and it was consistently good. You can't get issues now without ending it and starting back at number 1.
Yeah, you don't see that anymore. They don't. The creators don't stay on, at least not the Marvel and DC books for 5-10 years anymore. And that's, I don't know. I kind of miss that, and I think a lot of the older school comic collectors, I'm sure, miss that. I don't know. It's like the run of X-Men. Everybody will point to Claremont and Burns' run on X-Men and all that.
Yeah.
For so long, they got in their stories. It kept everything kind of tied together, and it had one voice. You don't get that anymore. But you also don't see them. I remember, what was it, back in the 90s? Your big books had your big name creators on them, you know?
Yeah.
Spider-Man, it's McFarlane. And all this stuff. It seems like somewhere along the line they started putting, their third and fourth tier artists on their big name books and wrapping them in, a super cover.
You know who did okay, remember we said earlier J. Scott Campbell did he did the pencils on Gen 13?
Right?
You know who his inker was on Gen 13?
What in Scott Williams or Brett
It was
Booth or
it might have been, I don't know if it might have been different issues because I know there was a Wildstorm and then there was like whatever. I seen Ramos's name on that. That's the
Really?
one I looked at.
Doing inks for
I guess, or something.
Huh.
I seen it. That was like Humberto Ramos, the guy who everybody hates drawing Spider-Man.
Yeah. He's horrible.
well,
I was about to say it can't be the same guy.
Yeah, I want to go pull mine out now too.
Yeah, I don't have a copy. I wished I would have bought them when I seen them for $1.
I'll be right back. I'll look at them.
I got Gen 13 number 0 right here. The cover is Campbell with Alex Garner inks. The interiors there's a couple of different stories that's broke down. It's got Jim Lee, Travis Charest.
I swore I saw Ramos's name on one of them somewhere, which I mean I probably did.
I wouldn't doubt it, especially
Um,
after they went to the where it was just when Wildstorm split from Image.
see, that's what I'm thinking. Tim's gone. He's digging through his Gen 13. He's like, where Ramos.
No, he
Right.
I'm sure he did, because you remember back in the day, didn't he get his start on that book Crimson? Wasn't that Ramos?
I think so.
It was like so that's usually what Image did back in the day. You remember, because they would take whoever was inking, like Lee or
Right.
Silvestri,
Yeah.
and then they would give them a book where it was like Jim Lee's creation, penciled by the guy that was inking on his books last year. No, I'm serious. That's how I remember some of those guys. You got Brett Booth. Who is that guy? He's the guy that did a lot of the inks on like Youngblood and stuff, and then he ended up doing spin-offs of that. Yeah, and then some of them ended up being good, like Campbell, J. Scott Campbell. He started out inking some of that stuff in Image, and then went on to do his own stuff. So I don't doubt Ramos. I don't doubt that's how he got his start there. He was inking.
I look at his artwork now when he did the Amazing Spider-Man, and I'm like, you can see some of it's kind of like bordering on where I really like it, but then like the next panel it'll just be like, what happened? Did you drink a little bit too much? Is it too late in the night when you drew this one? Like,
you know what's weird though? I feel the same way about a lot of J. Scott Campbell's stuff.
Yeah.
People are gonna hate me for that, but there's something, and I remember when he first started, it was the same time that guy. I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce his name, but he did X-Men stuff during the Age of Apocalypse. Joe Mad something. They just thought his signature was always just M-A-D. His last name was M-A-D-U-R-E-I-R-A or something like that.
Holy crap.
Or something. But everybody back in the day, they just called him Joe Mad, because I think that's what his signature said. They started coming out with that style that was like, anime and manga influenced.
Yeah.
And I think that turns a lot of people off with Ramos, because he still has a lot of that, and it doesn't look right on stuff like Spider-Man. But I remember like the book Crimson when he started. It was about, I think it's about vampires or something. I mean, I didn't hate it.
I remember seeing it in Wizard magazine.
Yeah. Wizard.
Oh yeah, I was big on Wizard. Like there was not a comic book store near me, so I couldn't get comics. The closest I had was a Walmart, and then all of a sudden when I started getting into comics, they stopped selling them.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, this is great, but I could find Wizard magazine anywhere. You know, so I was like, this is ridiculous. I can read about comics, but I can't read them.
I probably got 2 boxes full of Wizards.
Yeah, that's what I use for like space filler in my boxes. Like my back issues.
Heck yeah.
Why not?
I flip through them from time to time. Read a couple of the articles and stuff.
What I remember most was when they would do the versus fights, and they would do the casting calls.
Yeah, casting call.
Because I remember they said that what's his name, Patrick Stewart would be a perfect shoe-in for Professor X, and then by God, he ended up being Professor X.
Mm-hmm. That was.
But they picked Adam Baldwin as Cyclops.
Yeah.
Shows you, dates it right there.
Cool.
Speaking of, I know I'm probably the only person who's pulling this in new stuff or whatever. Spider-Verse, Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
I've been reading.
Yeah, I haven't picked up a new Spider-Man book in a long time.
It's better, but it's still not the Spider-Man book I want.
What are you looking for in your Spider-Man?
To me, it seems like every issue that I read is just something I've already read, and they just changed it.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Like it's like, okay, now I kind of get why they said they were going to end it at 700, because they kind of ran out of original ideas.
yeah.
Like the biggest thing they could do was change him to Doc Ock.
And I didn't read any of that, but I actually thought that the idea of that was pretty neat.
I hated it first, but now I want to get it. Like I was sitting there going, no, it's got to be Peter Parker, and then I got off my fanboy high horse, and the next thing you know, I'm like, I kind of want to get him and read him now.
I know a lot of people liked it.
A lot of people did.
I didn't pick it up. I stopped with Spider-Man at 700. It just didn't. It was the same kind of thing. I mean, but you're right. They just keep rehashing a bunch of stuff, so it's why am I bothering to read the story that this guy did better? It's cool that all these people that are doing books now are fans of the older stuff, but at the same time, they can't bring in somebody for Secret Wars, for example, that's not the Beyonder. I mean, it could be anybody. They could make up somebody. They could.
Well, that's the thing. They don't. Nobody creates new characters for Marvel and DC really anymore. And when they do, it's something like what they do in Spider-Man. That character Silk. Oh, it's a female Spider-Man.
Right.
But they don't create any new original characters anymore. You know, there's no, especially villains. They just either rehash the same old villain, or they put
a new costume on him,
or they put a new person in that costume.
Yeah. Like how many Hobgoblins has there been?
All of them.
I mean, there's been like everybody's been the Hobgoblin at some point and tried to kill Peter Parker. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, which Hobgoblin? The regular Hobgoblin, or the Demogoblin, or the? I mean, yeah. There's so many.
I mean, who's wearing Venom now? Is that still, who is that?
Flash Thompson.
Why?
Somehow instead of, okay, from what I get, and I haven't heard the whole storyline, I just seen him in Guardians of the Galaxy. And when I seen him in Guardians of the Galaxy and Iron Man, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm completely uninterested in this whatsoever. So I stopped pulling it. But from what I gathered, Shield had the suit, the symbiote suit, and all they did was, since Flash lost his legs somehow, they put the suit on him, and since he doesn't hate Peter Parker, he's friends with Peter now. He changed the way the suit was. Like when the suit binded to him, it didn't try to kill Peter Parker. It was just like, oh, it's Spider-Man.
That's stupid because
And then,
the suit was mad at Peter Parker. And that's why it found somebody else that hated Peter Parker.
yeah, that's what I think too. As I was like, wait, so Venom is now Flash Thompson, and he's now a good guy, and he works for Shield. And basically, the reason they gave him the suit was because they wanted to give him legs.
Why not just give him legs?
I don't know. I mean, they can do it with, Winter Soldier's arm, but they can't do it with Flash Thompson's legs for some reason. I don't know. Maybe Flash Thompson wasn't worth enough to them to spend that kind of government funding, but I don't.
We have this psycho alien over here that might be able to help you. Let's just give you that instead.
Yeah.
What I find surprising from the Marvel Universe, where you have Tony Stark and Reed Richards and Bruce Banner and Hank Pym, that you still have people who are paralyzed.
Yeah, seems like that.
I just saw a video the other day where they're talking about they can now restore sight to people, or I guess not really restore sight. They can give sight to people who were born blind, which they didn't think would even be possible. And I watched a video of a man.
Just when he was a kid, read a Daredevil comic.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that. I would be willing to put money. Some scientist was like, they did it with Daredevil. Why can't I do it?
Yeah.
Well, hell, it did the same thing with Star Trek. We have cell phones now.
Right. Where's my replicator?
Well, they say it's coming. Of course, they say a lot of stuff.
I'm waiting on that telephone.
You can 3D print food now, which is kind of creepy, but I'm not sure that's the same thing as a replicator.
I was about to say, can you eat the food after you 3D print it?
Yeah. I don't know what it's made out of, but yeah, you can 3D print food. They were thinking of trying that for like a humanitarian relief kind of thing. Just ship a couple 3D printers to like Somalia and preload hamburgers.
Give them the illusion that they have food instead of giving them food.
Right.
That's
crazy.
But it's just sugar.
Probably. I don't know. It could be like the protein stuff in the Matrix. It's like
tasty wheat.
Tasty wheat.
Okay, so I've kind of decided that I want my pool to go up to 20.
Right.
But that's where I want to cut it off. And I'm playing with the idea of Manifest Destiny. And I'm playing with the idea of, what was the other one I was thinking about adding? There was another one that people have been raving about, and I can't remember.
Alex and Ada.
It was either Alex or Ada or The Wicked and Divine.
I missed
I'm
out.
not Wicked and Divine. My girlfriend really likes it. It's just it didn't really. It came off kind of hipster to me. Like it was all an inside joke, and there wasn't really a lot of resolution. And then with the new story arc, they didn't really clarify what happened at the end of the last one. I didn't pass on Wicked and Divine. That's just me.
So I think if I add Manifest Destiny,
right,
and I add Alex and Ada, that puts me up to like 16. Do y'all have any more indie books that y'all would really suggest me reading, since y'all are two like the biggest indie people we have that I'll watch a lot? I mean, I know there's probably more, but
Black Science.
Yeah, definitely.
That's really good.
Now I was about to say, I don't want to get like to 25 issues in and be like, okay, now I have to buy this and make sense of it.
No, I mean,
do you get Afterlife with Archie?
No, I'm not a big Archie fan.
Oh no, you don't have to be an Archie fan to like Afterlife with Archie. It's
no.
Don't think it's happy-go-lucky Riverdale kind of thing. It's
so it's like the dark side of Archie.
Yeah, it's like it's more reality-based, I guess. But
yeah,
it's worth
that
picking
actually
out.
does sound kind of interesting.
They're playing.
It's
If you notice, you read it. You notice the brother and sister, and they got this incestual undertones.
yeah.
Right? That's something that kind of surprised me in an Archie book.
Well,
Didn't they
like the
do
brother
something
dies in the
about,
last one.
didn't they do something about I can't remember if I heard this or if this is just an original idea that somebody's gonna rip off. Like didn't they do a thing where Betty and Veronica kind of had a thing for each other for a minute or something?
Mm.
Not in Afterlife with Archie, no.
Not in Afterlife.
I don't think so. I didn't pick up on any of that. There's a lot of
No.
Stephen King reference in the first couple of issues, which was kind of cool.
Because
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people were pulling like Afterlife with Archie, but nobody's really come out and been like, everybody's like, I got it and it was great, and I'm like, yeah, but what's it about? Like, give me like a quick like.
Okay, what it is Jughead's dog gets hit by a car, and it dies. And he takes the dog to Sabrina and goes, "Hey, can you help me? My dog's hurt." And they're like, "Well, there's nothing I can do." They tried to do all their like healing stuff. They end up taking the dog to a pet cemetery. They bury the dog. The dog comes back to life. It bites Jughead. He's the first zombie. And then it starts an outbreak. There's a lot of like Stephen King reference. They call it like a super flu, and you have Pet Cemetery obviously tied in there. And it's like a survival horror book featuring the cast of Archie, like more grounded in reality.
Okay, I'm emailing Richard now.
Yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah.
The issue, what was it, issue 5, I think, made me cry.
Oh yeah, the one with the dog.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Who knew an Archie comic could make you? Yeah, it made me cry too. That was something else. Every time I see that cover, I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's good stuff.
Family Guy made me cry when Brian got killed.
Oh, please don't bring that one up. I just watched that the other night.
So sad.
I know it's come back, but it's so right.
See, yeah, that's what I did. That's exactly what I did when I watched it.
Yeah.
I was like, no, not Brian.
It still was sad, especially when Stewie started crying.
That's what made me cry. Was when Stewie cried.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I was like, see, you bastard, you do have feelings.
I guess since I already knew that he comes back, it didn't really bother me.
I just didn't matter to about me.
I mean, I pretty much figured they were gonna bring him back too, but it still was really sad. Like watching a dog die is like the saddest thing I've ever had to see.
Except for the dog he killed
Well.
that one time. Do you remember that? He ran over a dog with his car.
Oh, I do remember that now.
Yeah.
That
And he was upset that nobody wanted to punish him for it because it was just a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Well, if you hit a person, you'd go to jail. Yeah, but you hit a dog. Just because you talk doesn't mean the rest of them do. Yeah.
Right.
I remember back when I was a kid, like the biggest thing was The Simpsons, which isn't that an ongoing still comic book?
What,
Yeah,
Simpsons?
sure.
Yeah.
It's not monthly or anything. I don't know how often it comes out, but yeah, I saw issue.
It's up in like 200s and something now, isn't it?
I
Yeah,
don't know. I have no idea.
Wait, this is
it's close. It's close to around 200. Like I said, even when it first started, it was never a monthly book.
I don't know. I'm just wanting to get into more independent stuff because I'm liking independent stuff way more than I am.
Well, that's definitely.
Go out and find We 3.
What is it?
It's like 4 or 5 issues. We 3. Like We 3.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's great. It'll turn you to rubber. It's amazing. It's emotionally gut wrenching, but it's a quick run. The art's Frank Quitely, and it's written by Grant Morrison. It's something worth watching. It's highly recommended. It's great.
I hear that name so much, and I just haven't got there yet. Like Grant Morrison did a big run on Batman, right?
Yeah.
I haven't got that far yet. Like I'm buying back issues, but I haven't got that far yet. Like I'm in the Tony Daniels stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, his first like American work, he did some stuff on for Vertigo. Well, he did Animal Man. He started off with Animal Man, and then he switched over to Doom Patrol. He did like 26 issues of Animal Man, and all that stuff is amazing. I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to find any of it. His Doom Patrol stuff is a little esoteric, which is just a nice way of saying weird. But I mean, he did. You know, he's written Superman and Batman and everybody else. He did a run on the X-Men for a while, like the all new
Yeah.
one, like the you know what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
it pissed me off so bad when John Romita Jr. started doing Superman.
It
'Cause
doesn't look.
I love his artwork, but I have this like dead set thing against Superman. So I wanted to pick it up, but I didn't.
It doesn't look right on Superman to me.
A lot of people said that.
No.
And I like Romita Jr. I know a lot of people don't. His current his current style has changed a little bit.
Yeah.
But back when he was on doing stuff on X-Men and everything, I liked his style. It doesn't look right on Superman. The cover that I saw, it's like a long blonde-haired Superman coming up like this on the cover, and it didn't look right at all to me.
So he looks like he's Super Saiyan or something?
I don't know. I don't think it's actually Superman on the cover. I think it's somebody. I don't know. They stole a suit or what, but that's what it looks like. It's like you can tell from the face. It's not supposed to be Clark Kent Superman, but the style just doesn't look right. I don't know what it is.
I'll go back and forth. I'll see stuff now. Like I really like Greg Capullo. I love his artwork, but I mean he does hit and miss stuff too. Some things he draws doesn't look as good as other stuff. But like then I'll go back and I'll look at like when I got my Nova #1. I didn't like this is how little I know about comics. I was like, yeah, I got Nova #1. Yeah, it's great. And then I open it up and I start reading it and I look at the very first the splash page, and it's like pencils, but John Buscema, and I'm like, oh really? And then I started reading it and I was like, this is awesome. This is amazing.
Yeah.
So like I'll fits where I want to go back to we'll get Silver Age stuff just because I love the artwork.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I know not a lot of people liked it, but his brother Sal did a pretty good run on Spectacular Spider-Man. He's one of my favorite Spider-Man artists after that, though. Obviously, it's good stuff.
Yeah. He did have a good run on there.
Yeah.
I need to get some. I need to start picking up stuff that like I don't normally pick up. Like I want to do Web. I want to do Spectacular. I want to get some Nightwing stuff because I like Nightwing.
I don't think I've ever read any Nightwing. I'm not a big Rich Ninja fan anyway, but.
Well, I mean, if you were going to have a ninja, it would have to be a rich one. Like,
Right.
Well, yeah. Who else can afford the gadgets?
that's like when a lot of people did the when everybody knows that the storyline for Batman was after his parents died he got all sad and he just quit being this rich guy. And he left and he went to Asia and then he got trained by Ra's al Ghul and League of Assassins and all this stuff like that. But it would take somebody who's rich to think, you know what, I'm going to burden myself by not having money. Like anybody normal would have been like, that's not a burden.
He was broke.
I don't know. I guess that was a way to get into. You're talking about like the movie. I think that's how he got into that. Worked his way into the criminal underground. those rich people don't become
I
criminals,
think
right?
Batman the animated series did it too. I think that's what they're doing with a lot of these movies. A lot of these movies nowadays, they're going back to the '90s and way later storylines and pulling them because that's the good storylines.
right?
I don't know. Marvel seems to pull a lot of stuff from their, or at least a lot of the ideas from the Ultimate line.
Yeah. I read something.
I mean,
I just read an article about the how they're gonna choose the Ultimate line and how it's just a proving ground for like their movies. Like they were just trying out how characters would work more reality based. So, you know, they could see what would work in the movie. So that's like is more like the Avengers than the Avengers is like the Avengers movie. You know.
Yeah.
yeah,
So I don't know.
definitely. They you can look at the like the first run of the Ultimates, their outfits.
Yeah.
You can actually see seams instead of being like one big piece of spandex. You can see seams and textures that make it look like pieces of body armor and things like that.
Yeah.
The whole in the Captain America, the first movie, when they finalize his suit, it looked just like the Ultimates
Yeah.
suit. I mean, it even's got at first he starts out with the regular kind of army helmet in the movie, which I remember the first couple of panels of Ultimates 1, they show him jumping out of an airplane and they
Yeah.
ask him
Yeah.
does he have a chute? And, no. Which is weird to me because I know Captain America he's a little, I guess we would call him super strong. You know, he's not like Hulk strength, but he's stronger than a normal person. But I never once saw a comic before that where he jumped out of an airplane and landed on the ground and was fine.
Right.
Now I know they have him do it over water some, but I have seen a couple other things since that.
You know how they're gonna explain that? He lands on the ship.
Yeah.
It absorbs all the impact.
Yeah.
They did that.
It absorbs all the impact from it.
You're smiling because you know that's how they're gonna explain it, but you're sitting there going, "That's bull."
No, that's how I've heard people have explained that to me. There's a thing. They just got picked up by the big conglomerate on YouTube, Machinima, but there's a channel called Bat in the Sun. They do live action superhero videos, the superhero beatdown.
Yeah, those things are awesome, man.
So like
You see
LARPing.
the one where they have Master Chief fighting Captain America?
Yeah, I saw
They
that.
have in that one they have Captain America. They have him jump off an airplane, and he lands on, and this is like solid rock ground. This is
Yeah, it's like
dirt.
Grand- yeah.
Yeah, he lands on it, and he lands in the classic that
Fist
knee
down.
down and fist on the ground. He wasn't
Yeah.
using a shield. Like no, Captain America can't do that. If he jumps out of an airplane from a few thousand feet and he hits the ground, he's gonna splat like everybody.
As a matter of fact, the new Deadpool run,
When he jumped out of the building?
he did that. There was a scene where Deadpool had to be airdropped into a situation, and they said, "Now remember, Deadpool, we need this guy alive. You can't kill him. You just have to take him." And Deadpool's like, "I got it." And they open the back of the plane, and he just runs and jumps out of the plane. And they were like, and one of the guards, like one of the regular SHIELD guys, was like, "Doesn't he need a chute?" And he goes, "He hasn't used a chute since he found out Captain America doesn't jump with a chute." And like when Deadpool hit the ground, he landed on top of the guy he was supposed to be kidnapping, and splattered himself.
That's priceless. That's priceless.
And I was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing!" I was like, "That is amazing!" I was like, "That's the Deadpool that I like."
Tell me he goes, whoopsie.
That's literally, I think, what he said. He's like, "Whoops." Well, I got him, like, in pieces, but I got him. Like, I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. I was like, if the Deadpool movie is gonna be anything like this, I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna laugh so hard.
That I actually think that movie could be good. the preview that they had that
Yeah, the test footage.
yeah,
Yeah.
that test footage. That was actually kind of funny.
I wonder if they actually really did it like that. If they asked the people if they would make, a CGI Deadpool, and then they did it, and then Marvel's like, never mind, we're not going to do it. And they really just was like, you know what, we're just going to put it up at Comic-Con. We're going to hack Comic-Con and put it up on a big screen. And when people are like, yay, Deadpool movie, Marvel's going to have to pick it up.
I don't know. I mean, if they own the property, so if they wanted it to happen, or they would have taken it down. If they didn't want us to see it, they would have seen it.
That's what I thought too, because people were like, no, they wanted them to take it down, but how technology is. Once you put something up on the internet, 5 million people download it, and then they have it on their personal computer, and they just re-upload it, and then you take it down. I was like, I just think I think it's gonna be fun. But I heard that DC has said that their movies are not going to be funny whatsoever. Like, all their movies are going to be completely serious. The only one they're going to make funny is Shazam.
Really? Why Shazam?
And I'm like, how are you going to make a Flash movie where it's completely serious the whole time?
That's not gonna work.
I heard that's what Fox was planning with Fantastic Four. Their next movie's going to be like no humor, just straight drama.
I have not heard anything good about that movie.
No.
Well, the Fantastic Four movie?
No.
I ain't going to see it.
They're making Doctor Doom a computer hacker. His name isn't even Victor Von Doom.
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah, Doctor Doom or something like that happens to be his screen name, his hacker name, and he's like a genius computer hacker.
I'm probably going to get kicked off or get a lot of flack for this, but I'm not a big... Fantastic Four and me just don't... We don't... I mean, I know that everybody's that way with certain groups and certain characters, but Fantastic Four is mine. I'm just like, yeah, it's Fantastic Four. I mean, yeah, it's a cool idea and everything, but, I mean, when you talk group to me, Avengers and X-Men pop in my head.
Yeah. Well, FF was neat in the beginning, the whole family dynamic.
Yeah.
But the problem, I think, that has occurred is, like any family, they grow and change. Their family hasn't really grown and changed that much.
Right.
I mean, yeah, they've added, Reed and Sue have had kids, they got married, but, I mean, don't you think that a grown brother and sister, yeah, they're rich and they're famous and they're superheroes, but I don't think Johnny Storm would continue to, live with his. I don't know. Yeah, they're married and they've got their own family. I know they always played him, he's the hothead, he's the bachelor, he uses his superhero fame to get women and all that, and that was not just in the movies, a little bit in the comic books too. So, but don't you think after a while he would have grown up a little bit? Maybe and maybe not got married, but at least I need to
Have
get
a
out.
girlfriend for more than a day.
Yeah, I need to get out of my sister and her old man's house and get my own apartment. We can still do the team thing. It never. I don't know. That's what it was to me. It just never seemed like it progressed any like that. I thought it was neat when they replaced the Thing with She-Hulk for a while.
Yeah.
I thought that was.
They replaced Johnny Storm with Spider-Man for a while too.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how it would add like some humor to it and stuff like that, because I guess that's what they were doing. They were like, Johnny Storm was always a funny kind of guy. So we're gonna have to put somebody else in who's a funny kind of guy. So just throw Spider-Man in there; it'll sell a bunch of issues.
Well, yeah, that's definitely.
That's how they could save it now. Just put Deadpool in FF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They're canceling Fantastic Four so they can restart it with Deadpool.
You know what? I would read that. I would read that. I would pick that up in a heartbeat. And not just because it has Deadpool in it. I would just love to see Deadpool like, okay, so now we kill him. And they're just like, would you stop trying to kill people? You can't kill everybody.
I'm picturing Deadpool and the Thing.
Oh, God.
He's gonna constantly pick on the Thing, and constantly get splatted against the wall. And the Thing's not gonna watch drawing his punches or anything anymore because he'll heal.
Yeah.
I love it.
That would be
That
fun.
would be like a chicken fight running joke and Family Guy. It'd be funny.
I wish they would do one issue like that where it's just a whole issue of the Thing and Deadpool beating the crap out of each other. Just all over New York City, just throwing each other off of buildings and yeah.
Shit, Deadpool's mad. He's sitting there shooting at him, and he's mad because bullets don't do anything to the Thing. They don't hurt him. Pow, 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 pow! Damn it, that doesn't hurt!
One of the best storylines that I have, or one of the best stories that I'd read in a while, I just happened to pick up a old issue, like it was the Deadpool annual #2, and what happened is the Chameleon was messing with Spider-Man. He kept like appearing as people in the crowd, and his spider sense would go off and tell him that Chameleon's there, but he wouldn't know who it was, and then he would just disappear, into the crowd or whatever, and then later on that day show up as somebody else. And he started freaking out about it, and Deadpool showed up, and Deadpool goes, hey, Peter, what's up? And he was like, hey, don't call me Peter in public. B, how do I know it's the real you? And Deadpool's like, and he's like looking around like, how can I prove and he just pulls his pistol out and sticks it to his chest and just shoots himself in the heart. And he was like, good enough? And he's just standing there with this big, smoking bullet hole in his chest. He was like, good enough? And he was like, yeah, you're Deadpool. Only Deadpool would be stupid enough to do that. And he's like, all right, cool, good enough. And that was one of the funniest, best storylines, one issue stories that ended in one issue that I've read in a long time. It was hilarious. I think a lot of people like Marvel and DC forget that, you don't have to always try to make it some kind of serious thing.
Right.
You can make issues where people just have fun and act stupid, and people will read it and they'll like it.
Yeah, clearly, because Deadpool's one of their biggest books now.
Yeah. But once again, they're going to, try to make Deadpool kind of serious in some kind of way. We're going to kill him, so he's got to be serious now. No.
Well, he was kind of serious when he was in X Factor.
Really?
Yeah, with Phantom X and Psylocke and who was it? Archangel?
Huh.
I mean, there was a little bit of humor, and he played with the whole, like, not invulnerable, but like the whole regeneration thing a little bit. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But that's really the only. I mean, I have New Mutants '98, and I have some X-Force stuff, but I don't really have a lot of Deadpool. But the stuff that he was in with X Factor is complete. Yeah.
I never picked up any of that Uncanny X-Force. Like I said, it was maybe a year and a half after Morrison and all those new teams took over X-Men and stuff.
Right.
And I had a bunch of stuff happen, lost a job, and had to move and all that stuff. And I got a comics for at least 10 years. It's been about 4 years or so I got back into things. So I think I missed a lot of that stuff when it first started.
I mean, the only reason I know that is because I was collecting it. I have a run at X Factor, so might as well read it.
Oh, you have all these $20, $40, $50, $60 books of X Factor?
Yeah.
Like First Appearance of Apocalypse or whatever, and it's like, $60 book.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a complete run of X Factor. I have like a all together. I think I'm missing 38 issues of Uncanny, and I have all the New Mutants, and, like all the peripheral X-Men from the 80s. I have all that.
Yeah. I have.
I think I see now why you got in the indie books so big.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, I think I see now why you got in the indie books so big.
I mean, it's the same kind of thing. It's like it's a rehash. A lot of people are just doing the same kind of thing. I mean, there's some people now that kind of touch on or use stuff that happened previously as like a stepping stone. You know, in Magneto, but in Magneto, he's working on some stuff that happened way back in the 80s and 90s, which is kind of cool.
Hmm.
You know, like the whole like Mutant Massacre thing. Like he found the Marauders in that issue in Magneto. You know what I'm talking about? No? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were cloned. We found out the Marauders were cloned. And the Marauders,
That's what.
you know, and way back in the
Yeah.
day, they had the Marauders wiped out a bunch of mutants. That was a storyline that Chris Claremont was doing with Mark Silvestri at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But like earlier when we were talking about Amazing Spider-Man, that book's been going on for what was it, 60 years, 70 years?
Yeah.
So they're going to run out of ideas eventually.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like a lot of people are really hesitant to go, this is great, let's keep going with that. Well, it's a shame.
Yeah, that's. I guess you're gonna have to get that way with anything. It ran for so long. Superman, Batman, since the 30s.
Yeah. But then you have like Peter David did the Incredible Hulk for 12 years. You know?
Yeah.
So it can happen. That's a thing.
Yeah. Like Frank Miller's take on Batman.
Right.
I mean, he just sat down one day and just had a thought that nobody else had had before and just ran with it.
Yeah.
And now it's like one of the biggest key Batman storylines there is.
Yeah. Oh.
That's why I really don't get upset a lot when people are like, this book is so horrible, I'm thinking about dropping it. The second you drop it is the second somebody's going to get an idea and they're going to run with it, and then it's going to get great again. Like, books are like life in general. Like, if you've got something that's been around for 50, 60 years, you're going to have good times and you're going to have bad times. You're going to have great storylines and you're going to have books where you're just like, why did I even get to it?
Well, yeah. Well, and of course you can't expect every story and every issue to be big, the greatest story you've ever read. But I don't know. I don't know what it is. When I started getting back into books, and I'd pick up Marvel and DC, and it just doesn't feel the same anymore. There's something changed. I think like we had talked about before with the change in type of storytelling. You pick up a new book and you can read it in less than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You pick up an older book and one issue, it could take you 30 minutes.
Yeah.
There's so much. There's more dialogue and there's more written
stuff going on in each page.
Well, that too. And the storyline doesn't take 12 issues to finish when it only needed 3.
That's what shocked me about that Nova #1. I read it, and it's 3 different stories in one issue.
Huh.
It's like one story, and then it ended, and then it was like part 2 and part 3 to that same story, and it's the whole storyline in one issue. And I'm like, wow, like really?
It can be done.
From what I've seen a lot back in the day, they didn't like to go a whole long time with issues. Like the first Ultron storyline was like what, 2 issues?
Yeah.
The first Galactus was like 2 issues.
Well, one thing, and I know it's probably the main reason they did that back then. They still thought that only kids read comic books and kids have a short attention span. You can't expect a kid to remember what happened last month in this book and pick up the next book and remember everything. Kids aren't reading books nowadays. I hate to say it.
Yeah, they're not.
little kids are not reading Batman and Spider-Man and Superman anymore. They're not designed for kids anymore. You look at them and you can clearly tell. I mean, when they, what was it? I know this was a few years ago, but they had this controversy over one of the Batman issues that shows Catwoman straddling Batman while he's still in costume, but they're clearly alluding to what's happening, and that, used to not see that kind of stuff. Even when I was a kid, it wasn't quite that bad. You had might have a lot of violence, but it was, even then, it was still more, I don't know, more, I don't want to say cartoony because I hate using that word talking about comics.
That's the way people look at it, though.
Well, yeah, they still do, but you know, especially
somebody you collect comic books are like, you collect comic books? Aren't you like grown?
too old for that.
Yeah, and then you toss them a copy of like, you know, The Walking Dead, or, you know, a copy of like, you know, Copperhead or The Fade Out, and they're like, oh, this is an actual story.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
What'd you expect?
The big thing that they had, like now it's a highly sought after thing, is the issue of Superman where he's standing up against a fence post with his dad drinking a beer. They recalled it and changed it to Soda Pop. I don't even know what year that came out, but I mean, nowadays they would have just left it a beer.
No, it's a fairly recent issue, I
It was
think.
like the '90s, wasn't it?
No, I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I thought it had the new DC. It doesn't have the old bullet. It's got the new DC swivel or whatever it is.
This thing. That.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it was that or the thing that they tried just before that. It has the little swish around the sides or something. I don't think I have any. But yeah, it's not the old DC bullet that on that Superman cover. So I don't know when they changed the logo exactly. It was, I think it was more like this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it was a fairly recent book.
yeah, I mean, might be a few years old, but it's not from the
Yeah, I
90s.
figured they wouldn't have cared.
I don't know. I think it's weird too. It's a picture of two grown men.
Drinking a beer.
Yeah. Or actually, they're holding it. It does not like they got a picture of one of them, and it's turned up. They're just arms over the fence holding it. I didn't get that either. But then, I don't know.
I don't know. There are some Superman storylines that start to intrigue me, but then something in the back of my head goes, yeah, but it's Superman. Like, he's going to win.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the only time he's gotten killed, they killed him for like a year, and people were like freaking out.
Yeah, but at least he was gone for that year. It's not like what they're doing with Wolverine now. I mean,
Yeah.
Superman wasn't in any comic for a year after they killed him. I thought that was pretty cool.
Not the real Superman.
No, not the real Superman. No.
That's what I thought, that when they started all these titles after the death of Wolverine, I thought that's what oh my God, we're fixing to have like 4 new characters pop up. Oh, I'm Wolverine. Oh, I'm Wolverine.
Oh, I'm Wolverine.
You've already got 4 Wolverine characters, if not more.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't go by the name Wolverine,
They're
Like
Dawkins and X-23 and
Mhm.
Lady Deathstrike and
And as much as I like Wolverine and have always, been a long time fan of Wolverine, I would have no real. I would miss the shit out of Wolverine. I'll admit it. I don't even read X-Men and stuff right now, but I would still, I would miss knowing that I couldn't just pick up an issue of a new Wolverine and read it if I wanted to. But I don't think I'd have a problem with him leaving him dead for an extended amount of time.
well, I think they said it was originally slated for 2 or 3 years.
I heard 1.
Well, as soon as Fox gives him back the rights to Wolverine, I'm sure he'll come back in the comic books.
Well, probably before then. But yeah, they have enough characters that you can't replace him, but they can fill the gap for that type of character.
Right.
I don't see why not. I mean, like I said, they have an actual clone of him, so she's female. She's still very, very much like him. She's got the attitude a lot of the times, same powers and all that. Build
You
her
know,
up.
instead of doing this Wolverine's weekly series or doing Wolverine or doing something like that, why don't you just give Dokken his own book? Give X-23 her own book. Let him do like a little run of it.
Yeah.
You couldn't get much worse than killing somebody and flooding the market.
It's true.
I don't know. I just see Image. I see Image getting really, really, really huge here in the next. Everybody says we're in a bubble, but the reason we're in a bubble is because the big two are struggling, and then Image just keeps rising and rising and rising.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's happening now that reminds me a lot of the last bubble. I mean, when it broke and the market dropped off. I mean, there was a lot of exterior stuff other than what was happening in comics at the time that had a lot of effect on that. But like the 100+ variant issues of Star Wars, that's straight roots like the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, not ever that excessive, but you have what? Typically, there's 6 different variants for a book if there's a variant, right? That sound about right?
Yeah.
5 or 6.
So yeah, that's from the 90s. They're not doing like the die-cast chromium covers, but they overprint a bunch of stuff, they print a bunch of crap, and it doesn't sell. So, I don't know.
A buddy of mine went to Second and Charles, and he got the Venom #1 chromium
Right?
cover.
The Lethal Protector?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said he went home, and he said, he called me up right after that because he said he went home, and he was just like, I kind of wonder. And he got on eBay and started looking them up, and he was like, do you know I just bought a $30, $40 book for $1 at Second and Charles?
It happens.
And that book's actually still worth a little bit.
Yeah, because that was back when Venom was Venom.
Yeah.
It was good.
Well, actually, Lethal Protector to me is where they started. They should have never made him a good guy at all.
No.
He should have stayed.
They couldn't call it the Sinister Seven.
Well, he was in the Sinister Six.
Was he?
Yeah, that 90s.
Well, I mean, there's been a bunch of different incarnations of the Sinister Six, but
Yeah.
Venom was in there at one time. But ever since, Punisher started off as a bad guy,
Well, yeah.
They just,
Yeah, he did.
like the new Hobgoblin book, that just frustrates me to no end. Carnage is a good guy. You're kidding me, right? He's a psychopath.
I think they're working that storyline now in the Nova series that I'm getting. Carnage helped Nova do something, and they were kind of just like, all right, now go away. And he's like, but I'm good now. And I'm like, dude, no, you're not.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I know for Spawn 250, there's 2 variants. There's the
It's like almost the damn same exact cover.
So, he wants a part, too.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm distracting him, guys.
It's okay.
like everybody got quiet, like what?
What's she talking
I
about?
was just showing him a cover of Tempest that's damn near identical from 1 to 4. It's like the artist got lazy and just traced the stuff.
He did.
You want to show him?
Yeah. Let me see.
Issue 1 and issue 4.
Huh.
It's just
Yeah.
him posed in the center. The background's the main thing that changed in his costume.
That's crazy.
It's called Lazy. It's really not that good of a book. I'm not getting
Well,
any more.
And they switched.
Oh yeah,
Which
the hand
hand
explosion.
Has the color for the... That's about it, right?
Yeah, don't get Tempest. It really isn't that good.
Okay. I'll take that off my list.
Like you actually had it on your list.
Oh, he's got a list out.
Oh, Lordy.
And you ruined it. You ruined it for him. See?
I'm still looking forward to
I
Temple.
don't like it, so you might like it.
Oh, man.
I heard it was good.
Tim's like, I thought it was good, but
Yeah,
now no.
You should keep interrupting.
What? It's a legitimate comic book question. It's your fault.
They are.
You guys read any of this?
What's that?
What is it?
Jeff Lemire, Animal Man stuff?
No, I haven't.
You got me thinking about it.
It's not. I liked it more than I liked his indie stuff. You know,
Yeah.
kind of weird. I have a couple issues of Sweet Tooth that he did for Vertigo, and then he did that Trillium book, which you should avoid at all costs because it's just horrible.
Really?
But, yeah, it's funny because this is one of the writers I think is better on a book that they're not emotionally invested in. You know,
Yeah.
like yeah, Brian Michael Bendis I think is better at writing stuff for other people than writing for his own stuff. I'm not. This is better than most of the other Jeff Lemire stuff that I read, and I read some of his Green Arrow back when he was doing that, but I like that more.
I don't think I've ever.
I want to get the Quiver run on Green Arrow.
Quiver.
Yeah. It
They
the one
brought him back with
yeah.
Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
I picked up the first, I don't know, 7 or 8 issues of that when it came out.
The Kevin
Everybody
Smith
says
stuff.
it's really good, but as far as being like watching all his movies that he's ever put out and watching comic book men, I've never read a single comic book that he's ever put out.
Huh. Yeah. When they first brought him back, those first few issues were pretty good.
What, Green Arrow?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I like that. I liked them okay, but I only picked up the first 7 or 8 issues. Man, it's been a while though. I don't know. What else did he do? I mean, he didn't run on Daredevil for a while, and I've heard people say that ended up not being that good.
Really? Jeff Lemire did Daredevil? That's cool.
No, you're talking about Kevin Smith.
Oh, Kevin Smith. Yeah, Kevin Smith. Yeah, he did Daredevil. He did Daredevil, and he did that Green Arrow stuff. Didn't he do like some Batman? Yeah, he did Batman Cacophony. I think that was a trade or like an Elseworld story or something, though.
I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't either.
Drawn by the guy that works at the shop. Dude that did the art for Cryptozoic Man.
Oh, Walt.
Yeah, Walt Flanagan and Kevin Smith. Yeah, Batman Cacophony.
Huh.
That's interesting. I might try and track that down.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to track down that Craven's Last Hunt you told me to get. I can't find that trade nowhere.
This one?
Yeah, I can't find that anywhere.
Well, I mean, it ran in Amazing and Web and Spectacular. You can find the singles pretty cheap.
I haven't seen any of those around. I have to look.
Well, I looked at Second and Charles, and they didn't have it. And I looked at My Comic Shop, and they didn't have it. I looked at mycomicshop.com. They didn't have it. I could probably find it on eBay because you can find everything on eBay, but it all depends on what somebody wants for it.
Yeah, it was Web of Spider-Man 32 and 33, Amazing Spider-Man 293, 94, Spectacular Spider-Man 131 and 132.
That'll probably be the easiest way for me to pick it up.
Yeah. I think like book value on those books is like $6 too, so you know.
Yeah. It's about the same as buying the trade.
Well, yeah.
Because I've started looking at a lot of trades when I go to the store, and every one I see is like $24.99 to $29.99, and I'm like, really?
Oh no!
Yeah.
I always buy trades off of Amazon.
Yeah, or in stock.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I've looked at their stuff. They have good prices. I haven't ordered anything from them.
I have. That's where all your Walking Dead is from.
Be right back, you guys.
Not Amazon, in stock.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in stock's got good prices.
Yeah, it's like 35% off at least, usually. There's a option.
A lot of the stuff I was looking up was 50% off cover price, which I thought was really good.
Yeah.
They had the first. See, is that where? No, I think I got that offline. So they had the first volume of Saga for half cover price, and they had several of the later trades of Walking Dead, and they were all half cover price. So it was only about $6 or $7.
That's not bad. That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, but in Second Charles, they have a little cart rolling around with, I guess it's all like clearance and discounted items.
Right?
I wish I had more money. They had some killer deals on some trades. Was it last week? They had the hardcover editions of Walking Dead, not the big, super thick, but the regular trade.
Yeah.
They're like $30. They had them for 15.
Yeah, we could have gone. I would have gotten it for
And
you.
they had, I don't know what volume it is, but they had a good thick hardcover volume of Tom Strong,
Yeah.
$14.
Tom Strong's pretty good. I
Yeah,
have a lot of that America's Best Comic stuff, and that's pretty good. Like that and Top 10. Those are probably my favorite. Well, Promethea is great too.
I've read a couple of top 10. I think that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised. I picked up Infinity Gauntlet for $4.50,
Wow.
$25 price on the back. They had it for $4.50.
Now where? Second and Charles?
Yeah,
I think
and
it's there.
I picked up Long Halloween for $5.50.
You got
I
one of
was
those.
like, oh, that's a different thing. Yeah, I haven't read that one.
Long
I definitely-
Halloween.
Yeah, the Long Halloween. I haven't read it.
Yeah. I like this one a little bit more. Dark Victory.
Dark Victory.
Yeah. That's just me. But I'm a big Tim Cell fan.
I haven't read that one either. That's
That's signed.
awesome.
Awesome, yeah.
Yeah, I like Jeff Loeb and Tim Cell together. They make a good team. The Daredevil Yellow
Yeah.
back in the day.
Spider-Man Blue.
I never did pick that one up.
That book is gorgeous. Gwen Stacy never looked better. He had that locked in. And it's funny because like Gwen and Mary Jane, they're in it and they're both, voluptuous. And then like Aunt May she looks like Yoda. And like Tim Cell in the book. What is it? I think I have it. He's talking about how he really liked Aunt May, but he just drew her. She's geriatric, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Gwen Stacy never looked better. Never looked better. Tim Cell was awesome in that. The Hulk Gray, I didn't really much care for. It was kind of cool seeing Tim Cell do the Hulk, but it wasn't anything special.
Yeah. I picked up the first issue of that and stopped with the first issue. What was the other one? They did a whole run of those, didn't they? Or they did the Captain America one that was ended up only being one issue.
Yeah. It's Daredevil, Spider-Man, Captain America, Hulk.
That was it. They were all colors.
Yeah, which is funny because he's colorblind.
Is he?
Yeah.
Huh.
Who's colorblind artist?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
kind of strange.
Well, is he red-green colorblind or all colors colorblind?
I don't know, but I mean, if you look at his art, it's not really geared for like the oversaturation of color. You know?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of. You can't really. The guy that's doing the color for low wouldn't work with this. You know, it's not that kind of thing.
No. He does. I always thought it. I look at Tim Sale, and to me, I see like Matt Wagner and Mike Mignola are
Yeah.
kind of similar.
Right.
They have
Well,
those.
Tim Sale did some Grindel.
Yeah. I think I have a couple of those. I think. That would make sense. Yeah, that's something I've been meaning to pick up some of those trades of the Batman stories that they did. I've always heard that they're really good. I just never picked them up. That was. Seems like all the good stuff came out when I was away from comics.
Yeah. Are either of you guys reading names?
No, I'm not. But that's another one that I'm skirting the fence with on getting.
I mean, it's only going to be 9 issues, and they're on 5 now.
Yeah.
Is it
This
like
has
a
been-
crime story?
Yeah, it's like it's kind of hard to explain. It's like international finance is controlling the world, and somebody found out, and they had the guy that found out kill himself. So it was like a fake suicide thing, and his wife's trying to track down what happened. It's kind of weird, but it's Peter Milligan, and I'm a huge Peter Milligan fan, and the art reminds me a lot of Tim Sale. I'll open it up. I'll show you. Where I put it.
I like Milligan's work too. So.
I know I've got some of Milligan's work. I can't remember what it is right now.
He did. He's done a couple of my favorite books, which is kind of cool. Same dude.
He's done a lot.
Yeah.
I know I've
Reading
got his stuff.
that book Terminal Hero right now. He's what was it through Dynamite. He writes. It's pretty good.
This is the. Hey, how you doing? This is the art for. I mean, reminds me a lot of
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah,
It's good though. I like it. Sometimes it gets a little too cartoony, like exaggerated.
Dude, that's fine for me because like one of my
What? Go ahead.
Uh-oh. Oh, he just froze.
Who? Did we lose him?
Damn. I guess so.
one it's
still got
older.
his-
I mean, it's been over with.
What?
Maybe his connection's bad.
Yeah, it's cutting in and out.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 5 o'clock. It's peak time. That's what's happening.
Bandwidth.
Yeah, that's weird. Just kind of shows him just kind of frozen there.
We could just not move, and he would probably just think it was everybody.
Oh man, I can't do it though. You can just freeze for a few minutes.
All right.
Uh-oh. Doggy. Well, I figured it would probably cut back in, but
Now we're never gonna know what he was talking about.
well. Oh, he dropped off
Ah,
completely.
You found possibly restarting.
Can he? Well, I wonder. Yeah, can he reconnect?
Maybe. Let's see.
So,
There he is.
yeah, the thumbnail popped back up.
Yeah. Yeah, it says he left, but he's back. Huh.
Hmm.
Weird. Excuse me.
Oh.
So Scott, what are you gonna work on this year? You got a list going, or do you just pick up what you think is cool?
Okay.
I had a little bit of both.
Like, I don't know what happened. It just like technology freaked out on me. Like I said I wanted to get Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, and the ending thing that it did before it froze was Tim just looking at me like, what?
No.
I was about to be like, no, don't look at me like that. I mean, I'm just saying, like, every once in a while, I like some of that cartoony, makes no sense kind of stuff.
No, there's totally a space for that. No, I don't have a problem with any of that art. It's just don't do it to Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? Don't do it to Doom Patrol. It has its place. The Turtles could handle it. You know, G.I. Joe could handle it, but not X-Men. You know, not The Walking Dead. That would just be lame.
Oh God, no. Cartoony Walking Dead.
Scotty Young should take over for The Walking Dead.
Right.
No, I can see.
I mean, like a Bruce Timm cover would be cool.
Yeah.
Or like that would be pretty neat.
Oh, that variant would blow up. That'd be $1,000
Yeah.
variant right there.
Yeah, or Darwin Cook even. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, that would be kind of sweet there.
You know, I looked at 2 of his variants and didn't even know it at the comic book store. When the last Batman came out and the Flash came out, they both had the Darwin Cook variant.
Oh, the sideways covers?
Yeah, and I didn't pick them up, but that's because I looked at it and just kind of glanced over it and didn't even think about it. Like, I just grabbed the regular issue. I do that with a lot of stuff, like the Monster of the Month covers.
Right.
The DC did. I completely looked straight past them and just grabbed the regular issue. And I don't know why. I guess it's just kind of... It's like the variants thing's dying on me fast.
Yeah.
Well, it does.
Yeah, it hits the wallet pretty hard.
Yeah. That's one thing. And that's probably one of the biggest, like you said earlier, probably one of the biggest comparisons to the 90s in that bubble. Is all the variant covers.
Yeah.
But it does, to me, I get, like, when they do a #1 issue or something, I can kind of understand having
A couple.
variants, but not, you don't need 5, 10, 20 for each issue that comes out. What is it? Is it IDW? I think damn near every one of their books comes out.
Yep.
It can be issue 27. It's got 7 covers.
Yeah.
Every
Avatar is ridiculous about that.
Yeah.
Each month there's 5 different copies or covers for God is Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Really? And those aren't your variants. That's just you have the normal cover, the iconic cover, the Carnage cover, the wraparound cover. Those books are $5 a piece too. It's crazy.
They did the same thing with Caliban.
Yeah.
It had the wraparound cover and the design sketch cover and the blackout cover, whatever it was called. Yeah. I hated they did that with Rover Red Charlie too.
I tried with Rover Red Charlie. I tried real hard, but I just couldn't get behind the art. It just bugged me for some reason. And I'm a big Garth Ennis fan, but I just couldn't do it.
Huh. I kind of liked it. The story was really good.
Yeah.
To me, I did. It was I don't know, the whole uniqueness of it being through
From the
dog's
doctor's
point of
perspective.
view,
Yeah.
being first person, and I like the way he had them talk. It was.
They were dogs. They weren't people. They were dogs.
Yeah. They used human even they talk about how they're talking to one another and they're using human words. Even some of them they don't quite know exactly what they mean.
Right.
But yeah, no, I thought he did a pretty decent job of it. Kind of sounded like a dog's thoughts.
Like they were feeders rather than people, and
Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
it's pretty gross, that book too. But
So was that supposed to be the like the prequel to Crossed?
that's what a lot of people are saying.
Do you read Crossed?
No.
No.
I haven't got it yet, but a lot of people seem to be getting it, but nobody's actually come out and said what it's about or anything.
It's like it's the book that everybody kind of hides by their Playboys. It's not like a. I know a couple people read it, but they don't talk about picking it up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why. Yeah, it's like the guilty pleasure book.
Yeah. I picked up a couple of issues at the flea market. I didn't buy them. I picked them up, flipped through them, and I mean, I grew up watching Romero and watching Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead. And there's something about Cross that it goes over a line. It's not just gore. It's I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it is. It seems like it's just done purely for shock factor, and I don't know. It's just there are other things that take place in the book. Like the thing in Rover Rick Charlie with the I don't know how far you got into that, but with the big bulldog and his pet human after the world crumbles, and he's got his pet human, and what he's doing to that. It's not. There's. That almost.
Yeah, no, I didn't get that far. I didn't get.
When I got to that part, if it had been more, it was only in one issue. If it continued with that in more issues, I probably would have kept on with Rover and Charlie. That's a little far out there for me. And some of that stuff is the issues that I flipped through in Cross. It was like I flipped through one and they were. I mean, it looked like the panels. It looked like it was a gang of people raping somebody, and I just don't. I don't.
They could have been. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I said that's what it looked like, and I didn't want to be reading that. So.
See now I know why you say it's the book you don't tell people that you pick up. I seen Howler Mouse's last video, and he got a huge run of The Boys.
Right.
But when he described it to me. It was like, I want to get it and want to read it, but I don't want anybody to find out that I read it.
Oh, good. It's good.
It sounds like it's so
They take
good.
it to some really dark places, but it's pretty good. That's just Garth Ennis trying to out preacher.
See, that's like when I was younger and I seen The Watchmen, it blew my mind.
Right.
Because I mean, I never thought of anything like that. Like, imagine Captain America just losing his shit.
Right.
And just killing everybody.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I mean, so stuff like that. Like I said, when I got into collecting comic books in May, I thought I was just going to be collecting these 4 or 5 titles that I liked. And now, in less than a year, it's been grown so much to where I'm finding all this stuff that isn't even superhero related, and the superhero related stuff's appealing to me a lot less.
Mm-hmm.
And the books are getting more gory and more,
Oh, there's stuff out there. If that's what you're into, then cool, whatever. I mean, comics is comics.
Yeah.
There's a ton of stuff out there, man. You just got to find what you're into. It's not all dudes in capes. It's not all.
Oh no.
I mean,
I'm getting tired of looking at dudes in spandex.
I mean, if you're into biographies and stuff, there are comic books out there that are biographies and autobiographies.
Right.
I came across what was it? Sarah Palin from.
Yeah.
Do what? They got a comic book about Sarah Palin?
Yeah, that Blue Water. Yeah, they did a bunch of the female. Yeah.
They had an Obama one as well.
Yeah,
Madonna, Sarah Palin, Martha Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh God, I think I saw
Seen
the
a-
Martha Stewart one in there.
Yeah, I've seen a few.
Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah,
President Obama.
there's a comic book for everything out there.
Oh, Janet
It's stories.
Jameson's got
If
her
you can
own
make a
comic
story
book.
about it, you can make a comic about
There's a Janet Jameson series.
it. Yeah.
Oh,
I need to pick up that.
What
What was that one called?
was it called?
I don't even remember.
Was
It
it
wasn't a porn. That's what you
I bet it was some '90s bad girl book that just had Jenna Jameson on the cover.
Was it like the stuff that Francis McMenamin got in class halls?
What was that?
Do y'all remember that?
Dirty biker sluts? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, what?
You what's bad? Watching that video of his, and I'm sitting here thinking about these. I don't know if I want to say it. These Japanese manga I picked up when I was like 16 or 17. They're called Hot Tales or something like that. It's basically it's comic porn. That's all it is. There's some panels in those Japanese comics that are more graphic than scenes of actual pornos that I watched as a teenager. I mean, it's giving you like inside camera view in a drawn out comic page. It's like, whoa.
The Larry Flint made comics.
Yeah, actually, they had Penthouse
Yeah, Larry
Comics
Flint did
in Hutch
comics.
with me.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I was
Penthouse.
joking, but okay.
Yeah. No, but like the comic that they did, they had some good people on that. I mean, Charlie Adler did some work on there.
Oh really?
Yeah,
What did
Howard
you
Kagan.
started
Yeah.
Penthouse?
They tried to do legitimate superhero books. Penthouse, yeah.
You mean like this?
I don't know if it was the oversized ones or not.
Well, they had the magazine size and then they had the comic size.
Yeah. So yeah.
So it was like barbed wire or something?
Kinda.
Because I remember when that came out, parents were like, we're not going to let our kids watch barbed wire, and I was like...
Well, you wouldn't. Yeah, you definitely couldn't have your kids read this. I was surprised at how graphic some of them are. I mean, and it is that they're like legitimate superheroes, but I mean, it is Penthouse stuff.
Yeah, then there's the random gratuitous nudity.
Yeah,
Superheroes that get naked.
but it's like I said, they had big name people: Hughes, Nolan, Soydom.
Yeah.
Was this during...
Why Not Art always shows the one that with the Batman ripoff
Right.
character. It's a female, and I've seen that book before sell for $100 before.
It's crazy.
Ozzy did it again, 8 and ran.
Yeah, there's definitely something for everybody out there.
Oh man, it's... I'm just afraid I'm gonna end up like, you know, I think Damien said his pull list was like 50 books.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm afraid I'm gonna get to that point where I have like 50 books and I like reading them all, so I can't drop any of them.
That's the problem. I haven't had a pull list like that since my mom was buying all my stuff.
I don't even know how many books are on our list right now.
Wait, on ours together between me and you, I don't know, maybe 5.
No, I
6.
just had her add a whole bunch of other ones. I know I've got at least 5 minimum.
Most of my stuff, I did the indie stuff, since some of them aren't the fastest selling things. I don't even put them on the pull list because you can always go in there and they're on the shelf, a week after it come out, depending on what it is.
I know I seen a while back I should have got it, but I didn't. They did a Death Clock hardcover comic.
Yeah?
I should have picked that up because I love that show.
I wouldn't be surprised if it went up in value too.
Yeah.
Death Clock.
Love Death Clock.
Can't believe it's the same guy from Home Movies.
Right.
It is.
It's
Right?
just two totally different things. And he does the voice of the singer for Death Clock.
Yeah.
But
And he does all the music.
Yeah,
Like, he plays every single instrument himself
in studio.
in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
They
like,
tour.
are you kidding me?
No, Death Clock tours. They've opened for, I don't know the heavy metal bands nowadays, but probably like groups like Lamb of God and stuff, or
Mastodon.
maybe
Oh, I
yeah,
love
maybe
Mastodon.
one.
Love Matt. Did you see the Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie?
No.
No.
Yes.
The very beginning part, that was Mastodon.
Huh.
The little song or jingle or whatever. I was like, oh, that's amazing.
I haven't seen that one.
It,
Watch.
like, I wouldn't say go get it unless you like the Aqua Teen Hunger Force, but you could probably look it up on YouTube later. It's like I guess Mastodon, Aqua Teen Hunger Force opening or whatever.
Mm.
And it's like, you know how in the old 50s movies they had like they would give you the rules of the theater with like the dancing food,
Oh yeah, yeah.
but Mastodon did a metal version of the food and a metal version of the little disclaimer or song or whatever.
Oh heck yeah. I'll have to pull that up later.
I'm going to Carolina Rebellion this year.
Cool.
Finally get to see Slayer.
Slayer.
Yes.
Man.
You have no idea. Like, I'll be sitting here reading comics, and I'll be listening to, like, Slayer or Slipknot or something, reading Walking Dead.
Oh shoot. When was it the Executioner storyline ran through X-Men and X-Factor and all that, like 92?
Yeah,
My
90, yeah, 90, 92, 93. 90, yeah, maybe 92.
Every
The
time I
Executioner-
picked those up, I would have headphones listening to Megadeth's Countdown to Extinction.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Still my soundtrack for that storyline. There's I always thought it fit. There's a song on that album, I think it's called Psychotron, and it's talking about a man who gets mixed with machine, become basically like a cyborg, and I'm like, this is perfect. I'm reading a book, it's got Cable in it, he's half man, half machine.
Yeah.
It's just, it fit. It fit. It's cool though. That brings back some memories.
I'm glad I sent you down memory lane.
Shoot. That's back when they come out of the comic book store with stacks like that. New books.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mom. But they were also $1 a piece, you know. that was cover price, $1,
I'll never
$1.25.
forget it. The first time I went to Walmart and I got to the comic book rack, I picked up an Amazing Spider-Man, which I don't remember which issue that was. I have no clue. I'm thinking it must have been right before it started over at #1, and then I picked up Uncanny X-Men for like Uncanny X-Men something. It was like 3 something or like 390 something or something like that, or 380 something or something like that. And I picked up a Superman book when he was like red and blue lightning. Like, instead of being this regular Superman costume, he was like blue lightning or something like that. For some reason, that's the Superman that I like better than the other one. Because before he would change into that costume, he was a normal guy. Like, if Clark Kent got bugged on the street before he was in his costume and somebody shot him, he died.
Huh.
I don't know how long that lasted. And then my mom reached up on the rack and she handed me this book, and it was like Batman 605 or something. It was a Hush storyline.
Hmm.
And I remember it was a Jim Lee cover. It was the one where he's flying through the air kicking or whatever.
Right, like the foot view.
Yeah, and my mom handed me this, and she was like, I always liked Batman. And I was like, I'll give it a shot. Why not? And then like the next week we went back and the rack was gone. And they're like, yeah, we don't sell comics anymore.
I remember that.
And then the bubble broke.
I remember that week. I did the same thing. We used to go into Walmart and look for the packs, the multi-packs of,
Yeah, the,
you could get like Youngblood #1 and Spawn #1 and all the Image #1s in one pack, or you could get the 5-6 issues of Spider-Man, you know. I used to go in there and get them all the time. I mean, you used to be able to buy bags and boards at Walmart.
Yeah.
And it's like you said, it was like you went in one week, bought a couple of things, went in the very next week, and you're like, yeah, we don't carry that anymore. You don't even have what you had, the rest of your stock on clearance is just gone completely. That was sad, too. I remember the local Winn-Dixie, I can't remember if it was a Bilo or a Piggly Wiggly, and there's a drugstore, which I think used to be a Revco,
Yeah.
or an Akron. All had newsstands, and you could buy comics. As I remember going in and looking for the newsstand versions of the early Image stuff. I was looking for Spawn #1 and things, because they weren't at the comic book store. And that's where I got introduced to Malibu. They had X-Mutants #1, stuff like that. Protectors. Used to go around from one store to the other, you know, digging through the magazine racks, and then they cut all their magazine racks in half, it seemed, and they did away with all the comic books.
Because I remember the first couple of issues of Wizard Magazine that I picked up were at Bilo. And then after that, it was straight, you know, I just got a subscription.
crazy.
That was always in my pull box from the comic store.
See, with where I live, even now, I mean, I live in the same town that I pretty much grew up in. The only thing you had was a Walmart.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to go to a comic book store, you had to go, like, you know, 45 minutes away.
Man. See, ours was I grew up out in the country, but us closest town was still 10 miles away. But, where my parents lived was kind of in the middle of 3 or 4 little towns, and this little town called Covington had it was a cool place. The guy that owned the comic book store, one half of the store was comic books, and then like this other half of the store was all knives and stuff. It was Cutter's Corner or something like that. And that we found that place. My mom was going to what is it, Al-Anon, a group for family members of alcoholics. Whereas, you know, AA is for alcoholics itself, but like
Al-Anon. Yeah.
family, my mom was going to meetings for that, and I always rode with her. Just sat in the car outside. We would always stop by the comic book store, and I'd get a fat stack of books to sit out there and read.
See, now if she left you in the car, she'd go to jail. I remember being a kid standing up in the front seat of the car, riding down the road with my dad.
I remember
trying.
And we didn't have bike helmets, or you go outside, you come back when the lights come on, street lights on.
That's the way it was too.
You didn't worry, you could play in the street. Just watch out for the cars. You couldn't imagine doing that now.
Yeah, actually being told.
In the road, you go to jail.
Actually being told to go play in the road. Don't do that here. Go do it in the road.
Hey, mess up my yard. Go play in the road.
Yep. But you have to worry about that stuff back then. I never
I
wore a
remember
bicycle helmet in my life.
what got me into comics was there was a friend of mine that my parents were like, oh, well, go play at so and so's house, and he lived like 2, 3 streets over, and I was like 9, and they'd be like, yeah, go walk to his house, and I'd walk to his house, and I'd get there, and we would read comic books like like half the day, and then the other half the day, his parents would be like, all right, y'all have to go outside and break your arm or something, y'all got to go do something dangerous or something. But that's how I got introduced to comics when I was younger. I was just going to a friend of mine's house. His parents, they got him, got him a pull through the mail, so he got it in the mail.
I don't know.
Because I remember when I seen Spawn #1 for the first time, it blew my mind.
I remember ordering through the mail from God, what was that company? Some entertainment. They had the ad on the back cover of almost every comic in the early 90s. Because I picked up Bloodshot #1. It had the first ever chromium cover ever made by any company. Just a square in the middle, kind of like those last 3D covers from DC. Man.
I still have yet to get those.
God, shoot. I thought about picking up some just because they look neat. But those came out, what, months ago? In a comic book store earlier this morning on the way home, and they've got like 3 racks full of those last of those 3.
That's the way my store is too. There's tons of them still sitting there.
The only ones that are missing, Suicide Squad.
Oh,
None of them are missing all that.
the holographic cover thing.
Yeah. The last ones. And the first ones that they did that had the full cover.
And I'm like,
some of those look neat.
Yeah.
I thought they did a good job on some of them.
there's only 3 that I want to pick up. I mean, it's 3 DC titles that I get, but now I'm thinking I might get the Swamp Thing one too, because he's like all cyborg Swamp Thing.
That does look neat.
Yeah, hold off on Swamp Thing, man. It's gonna end. You're gonna be able to find it cheaper.
What is he gonna write it, Mark? Does anybody know?
I'm sorry, what?
What is Charles Soule gonna write at Marvel?
Wolverines?
Don't know.
Whatever the hell he wants to. They're probably gonna put him on Secret Wars.
On what?
He was writing what? She-Hulk?
He was, yeah. They canceled it.
I heard a rumor that they're doing the classic Marvel thing with that She-Hulk. They're canceling it, and in a few months you're gonna have another #1 with a new artist, and it's still gonna be Charles Soule writing. I don't know, but I mean, I guess they have been known to do that before. But I heard that they liked what he was doing on the book, and I guess I don't know how well it was selling, but it seemed like a lot of people were liking it. Their biggest problem was the art, and
Well, how about not starting at a #1 and just getting a new artist?
call us, slap a #1 on the front, and it sells twice as many copies. Eventually, they're just gonna make every issue a #1 issue.
A one-shot every time.
You got your this is May #1, June #1, April #1. Come on now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the only books that you're gonna find that last past 40 issues is gonna be all Image books. I mean, Spawn's up to 250. Savage Dragon's still going. Witchblade's still going. And when they come out with a book that's not gonna last for a long time, they tell you that. Like, there's a lot of Image books that ran for like 6 issues, and you knew it was gonna be a 6-issue series when it first started.
Yeah.
Right, but there's a lot of Image books that run like 3 years and are still on their first 6 issues.
Yeah.
So it's kind of.
That is, yeah.
What about Deadly Class? What do y'all think about that?
I haven't read it, but I haven't heard anything bad about it either.
That's another one that's up in the air for me.
I didn't pick it up, and one of the reasons I didn't pick it up, well, I heard the synopsis. It's like a class for like these supervillain assassins or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
It sounded just like a book that Image put out called Five Weapons.
I think I remember hearing about that.
This kid, his family is a servant of this world-class master assassin. Something happens, and there's some people coming after him or something. So they take the guy's servant, his son, and pretend that he's the assassin's son and send him to the assassin school. So if anybody attempts to kill his son, they're actually going to kill this other kid. And he ends up being actually like a kind of a genius. And I got it free and something I ordered off of eBay, and after like 2 weeks of it not being shipped out, I sent them a message like, hey, I was just wondering where my stuff was. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, it got misplaced and blah, blah. I'll send you some variant covers, to make up for the inconvenience. I'm like, I'm not asking for anything free. I just wanted to know where the stuff I paid for was. It got to me, and it had that whole, it's like a 6-issue miniseries. It had that whole thing in it. So I read it. Wasn't bad. I think it's James Robinson.
I like James Robinson.
So yeah, it wasn't a bad story. The art was pretty good, but it just, to me, that Deadly Class sounded. That's a school for assassins. A school for assassins. It's an Image book. I think they already did that one. Maybe it's.
I know. I need to pick up Northlanders too. I'm wanting to get a couple issues of that, even though it's over, and read it. But I know in the previews they said that Brian Wood, who's doing Moon Knight now,
Right.
he's doing another book later on this year that's going to come out that's new called The Black Road or something like that. And it's like Northlanders, but not as historically accurate.
Was Northlanders supposed to be historically accurate?
They said that was supposed to be like, more historically accurate, like, the dates and the places where things take place, not like as far as like that's how Vikings live.
I don't know. It seems Jennifer's got a bunch of issues with that. The few that I've looked at, it seems to be as far as like their dress and I don't want to say costumes, but their armor and the weapons and all look to be, pretty authentic. They at least did some kind of research, because the weapons look like Viking swords instead of looking like medieval, British swords or something like that. And their armor is not like full suits of armor. It's chainmail and a few plates and then fur and stuff like that. And even the covers, they don't go with the stereotypical like Viking helmet with the horn sticking out, because that wasn't a real thing. That's a Hollywood thing. The helmets that they
Yeah, but it looks cool.
Well, see if I can get it.
When I worked at Museum Replicas, they did a lot of replicas of medieval armor and things like that. I learned a lot of stuff there, and it looks like they did a little bit of research into that. So yeah.
Yeah, I need to pick up a couple issues of Birthright too. If I can find a #1 Birthright and #2, give it a read.
Birthright?
Yeah.
Why does that sound familiar?
It's a fantasy new Image book.
Yeah, it's a new Image book.
Brian talks about it. Somebody else was talking about it too.
A lot of people have been. A lot of people have been picking it up and said it's really good.
Yeah, I've probably seen that in the store.
From what everybody said, basically this kid goes missing, and then a year later he returns, but he's not a kid. He's a like giant, like Conan kind of warrior kind of thing.
Huh.
And like next thing you know, Like, you know, he comes back and he takes his family on these adventures to go slay these evil people that he knows about that nobody else knows about, like wizards and stuff like that. I don't know. It sounds interesting. I want to pick up a couple of issues of it and just read it before I go, you know, throw it on the pull. But everybody else seems to be liking it.
There's just so much stuff out, man. It's kind of hard to. You have to pick and choose.
Yeah, but it's hard to pick and choose when, like, everything you pick up is like, oh man, that's an awesome idea. You know, this is a great story, and then you're like, oh, I can't drop it.
I did pick up a Northlanders trade at the library, and it wasn't horrible. I mean, I had no clue what was going on. It was interesting, but I don't know. I've read that, and I've read some DMZ, and I read something else that Brian Woods has done, and I just wasn't really impressed.
What is DMZ? Because that's in your prize pack, isn't it?
Yeah, the one in my prize pack has got the scout preview. It's like DMZ is in the Civil War in contemporary America, and the first issue, like a war correspondent flies to New York to talk to somebody, and they shoot down the helicopter and he loses his credentials. So now he's a war correspondent stuck behind enemy lines in New York during the Civil War.
See, that sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. It just wasn't. I don't know. I guess I'm not really a Brian Woods fan. But that book was like crazy, stupid hot for like the longest time, and I just keep finding them in dollar bin.
I haven't come across any of them.
That's every book.
Scott, yeah.
What was that?
I see them all the time. But that's, my market's different than your market.
I was about to say the only things I find in the dollar bin at my shop is like they got Violator, the little miniseries, and they got Gen 13s, but it wasn't the original Gen 13. It was like when somebody else picked it up. It was like Wildstorm or something.
Yeah.
And then they'll have issues of Batman that are the late 400s, early 500s. That's all I get in my dollar bin.
And that's cool for somebody, but I just not into DMZ. The first time I found a copy of DMZ1, I pulled it out of the dollar bin and I took it over to the counter. I was like, man, this book's worth more than $1. And he goes, yeah, but I don't know. I want to. I was like, I'm just gonna go and put it on eBay. And he goes, well, yeah, go home and put it on eBay. So I went home and I put it on eBay. I made, I think, $28, $26 or something. So that was cool. Paid for the rest of the books I bought that day.
Heck yeah.
But I don't. I've found probably 6 or 7 copies since, and it's same thing. It's a dollar bin. Just nobody cares around here. But the one that's in my prize box, it's got the Scout preview, which is kind of cool. If anybody's still reading Scout, or Red Scout, or was into Scout.
Yeah, I wonder how many of these books that they keep popping up has been optioned for this movie or TV show. How many of them are actually going to get made into something? Because it seems like every book is picked up for the option. That doesn't mean it. It just means somebody paid a fee to say, okay, if you decide to make a movie, we're going to be the ones to do it, or at least we want first. We want first dibs. It just, especially every new Image title that comes out, after the second issue, it's been optioned for a TV show. It's been optioned for a movie.
Yeah. But Why the Last Man got optioned for a movie 6 years ago. It didn't happen, but that book's stupid, crazy expensive because the movie's coming. Yeah.
Well, no, I don't know. I didn't see how much change was in price came about.
It went from like a $15 to $20 book to a $120 book in 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it went crazy stupid.
It must have been after the movie deal when I started checking the prices on it because it's always been like a $80-$100 book.
Just like X-Force #2.
What about X-Force #2?
You can find those in dollar bins all across the nation with the Deadpool card in it. As soon as they said Deadpool movie, that became a $30 book, $40 book.
Oh, wait. #2?
Was it
#1. X-Force #1.
Was it 1?
Yeah, 1 is bagged.
Yes, the bag with the card in it and everything.
Yeah, he's not in the book itself. He's only on the card.
Yeah.
X-Force #2 has him on the cover or whatever, and it's his second appearance. Yeah. Yeah, I just came across an issue of X-Force 1 this morning.
The copy of Nova #1 that I bought, in the title line on eBay, it said Nova #1, Guardians of the Galaxy. And I'm like, he wasn't in Guardians of the Galaxy.
No.
Well, Novas were.
Nova Prime was in
Yeah,
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Nova Corps, yeah, but the people in the Guardians of the Galaxy now weren't the people who used to be in the Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, like in the comic, like what's his name, Xandu, the dude with the fin.
Yeah.
He's not in the books now, but he was. He used to be one of the Guardians of the Galaxy. He used to be one of the good guys.
Actually, Michael Roker said that he remembers reading Guardians of the Galaxy when he was a kid.
Huh.
That's why he tried out for the role of Xandu, because Xandu was his favorite character.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. That's why I was sitting there. I know that character. That you just said that. I didn't realize that was the original Guardians group. That's who he was supposed
Yeah,
to
with like
be.
the crystal guy and like what was it? The dude with Captain America's shield and
Yeah, that was Vance Astro or whatever.
yeah.
And
And
the guy, the
Woohoo!
crystal guy,
Uh-oh, we got somebody new.
Martinex. Yeah, and then the price of that book jumped sky high, and those aren't even the characters in the movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, to me, it made no sense why Nova, not Richard Rider per se, because he was Earth's Guardian, but why there wasn't a Nova Corps member in Guardians of the Galaxy.
I see.
I don't know.
I mean, it seems to me like if Earth got attacked by an alien force, you know they'd send, like, the SEALs and the Green Berets and the Rangers to go deal with it.
Yeah.
Nova Prime was just like, we're just going to send our regular army guys.
Well, I guess when they have superpowers.
Yeah.
Well, like all the Nova Corps. All right, Don's with us in spirit, at least. Right on, brother. But
No mic or web. Well, damn.
we tried.
Oh, I can see his comments though.
Yeah. Thanks, bud.
Awesome.
LOL, loving the show, guys.
The first 40 minutes before we started, that was probably the best.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh,
We should have clicked, go as soon as we got everything set up.
I mean, I thought it was going to take longer to set up the whole thing than it did. The one I did with Steven took forever, but this seemed pretty easy. I guess he fixed it.
yeah,
I heard
thought
it when it first got rolling.
Yeah. Probably could have just put it down and came back to it, but whatever. I was excited. You guys were excited. Everybody was excited.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't see the comments anymore, so I don't know if people are enjoying our little spiel here, or if they're just like, oh God, go on with it.
Yeah, we've gotten a couple. I've been checking it on my phone. The whole MRE thing earlier got us a couple of replies.
Yeah.
That was about it.
A couple people talking about the
Hot sauce.
Tabasco sauce and
Yeah.
yeah, I've pulled it up on a couple of times checking.
Right on. So, anything else you guys want to talk about? Don, you want us to talk about anything else? Oh, we talked about the Secret Wars, but what do you guys think about the whole convergence thing? What do you think's gonna happen with that?
I don't even
think
know
it's
what
just
that's
gonna-
about.
I'm not exactly sure what that is.
Yeah,
It's
like,
like- You know how Marvel's doing the Crisis, DC's doing the same thing. Like time's gonna run out in the New 52,
Huh.
and then they have a big, I guess it's cataclysmic reality changing kind of event. Yeah. No?
Everything enough?
Yeah.
because I mean, from what everybody told me, it's, you know, Future's End and Earth 2 and Multiversity all ties into it, and I got way late into all that, so I was like, well, I guess I'm just gonna be lost and get it and hope I, you know, fill in the blanks later.
I mean, I enjoyed some of the New 52 stuff. The Batwoman was freaking amazing when it was good. It's like shit now, but it was really, really, really good in the beginning. But yeah, they're probably going to do that, Don. You see that?
Yeah.
$5 event books. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Oh yeah,
Six-
they're definitely gonna be $5.
Let's see. I mean, you have like the Crisis. I'm sure that's going to be a couple bucks because that's going to be like a straight up miniseries, right? That's 8 issues and then all the tie-ins.
Yeah. Well, I heard that all Marvel, all their number ones are going to $4.99 regardless.
Yeah.
And I figured that's a test. That's a test. If people are willing to pay $5 for the first issue, they'll pay $5 for the remaining issues. I've been waiting for it to hit all their books.
That's bogus.
I mean, see, the bad thing is like a lot of these number ones, like, I mean, people are going to buy number 1 and number 2, and then all of a sudden they're going to change the books to $4.99, and then after the first couple of issues, everybody's going to drop them and not read them anymore, and so they're going to end up making these books, and it's just going to flop. Like, it's just going to be wasted space because nobody's going to buy. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if somebody's a huge Ant-Man fan, but what else did they have number 1? They just did a Spider-Woman number 1. Silk getting a number 1. Spider-Gwen's getting a number 1.
Is that what they're going to call it?
Yeah, Spider-Gwen number 1. It's in the hold on one second. Hold on.
Yeah, that. I heard that too. Spider-Gwen.
Is it Gwen Stacy Spider-Woman?
Yeah, from a alternate dimension. Part of that whole Spider-Verse thing they're doing right now. With
Do they not, like, I mean, seriously, they're like in the alternate universe, alternate dimension.
Yes.
Yeah.
Marvel has always had those alternate realities like that. I don't mind all alternate realities, but they're good for like what if stories and things.
Yeah, Elseworlds, that kind of thing. We don't need to.
Should be a what if story.
Stuff, but
We don't need to make a whole comic, a whole imprint around this alternate reality or that alternate reality.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought that was something that Marvel should have done. They should have done like a Elseworlds. The What If thing was cool, but just like a miniseries of, what if Captain America was black or whatever. That just sounds cool. I don't know why they didn't do that.
I
Because
don't.
they didn't want to be like DC.
Right, but I mean, so what? DC's got Batman, Marvel's got Moon Knight, DC's got Deathstroke, Marvel's got the Punisher. I mean, name a hero, and then I can give you the counterpart. They regurgitate off each other all the time anyway.
Lobo and Deadpool.
No, it's I don't know. I always liked a lot of the Elseworlds books, especially when they were really good. They were usually really good. You get a story that's totally different, and it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
It doesn't matter if it seems out of character or anything like that, because you're not reading the classic character. It's just a totally different story. Yeah, some of the bit like Speeding Bullets.
Yeah.
It was a great story, I thought.
I'm actually in the
Man's in Gotham City. It
later here now. I swap room because it's easier to reach over and just grab the books. But yeah, like this, I can't wait to read this.
What is that?
Batman Arkham.
Yes, Batman of Arkham is the Elseworld book.
Huh.
I would say it's like a I would say it's like a trade because it's thicker.
Prestige?
Yeah.
Like square bound and thick paper? Yeah.
Like it's not bigger than a normal comic book, but it's way thicker and it's way harder and everything.
Right. Does it have staples?
No.
No? Yeah,
No.
Prestige. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Cool.
Yeah, I got that from Kenneth Brown when he sent me that Avengers book. He sent me a bunch of good stuff. I mean, it's stuff that I like, that I want to read, but I don't know if I'm going to get into it all or not, you know?
Jennifer said pick this one up. It's Batman in the French Revolution.
So it's
Sounds
like
cool.
Wolverine in the Civil War.
Actually, he looks more like Wolverine with those huge sideburns.
My like Zorro the way he's dressed.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Zorro's what inspired Bruce Wayne to become Batman. That's what the movie they were watching when they came out of the theater before his parents got shot.
Was that? I didn't know that was.
Depending on which, if you go by like the animated series, yeah.
Which movie were they watching?
Zorro?
Zorro.
Were they really?
Yeah, they come out.
It makes a lot of sense why he's Batman.
I remember the animated series because he comes out and they've got young Bruce Wayne and he's coming out of the theater pretending to,
Fight people with
sword fight.
Yeah.
It's him and what was it later on? It was a TV series, Grey Ghost or something, and they said that those two characters would inspire his Batman character.
Huh.
The Grey Ghost was just a guy and he put on like a gray trench coat and a mask or something. I remember an episode where he met the actor. He was he had to do something. Man, it was such a great show.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I like
Hey,
it.
look what I found at the flea market this morning. Original Star Wars on VHS.
Nice.
All three.
Sweet.
Wait, is it the ones that came in the 3-pack?
No, it's not the box set.
Okay.
So that's like the original cut? That's like the Laserdisc edition?
Yeah, this is the before they changed all the effects and they changed who shot first, Han? Or,
Han saw it. Shot, yeah.
yeah,
Han shot first.
50 cents a piece.
Sweet.
Technically, they're mine, so I paid for it.
I just thought it was cool. Don't find the original versions very often anymore. I'd love to find the box set. The original box set with all three together is gone for at least a couple $100.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's on VHS tape.
What's that?
That's so sad. I've actually had kids ask me that.
I've had people ask me that. Like, it's like I found this little box thing that's got like a tape inside of it, but it's like it says like some band on it, and I was like, yeah, that's cassette tape.
What's that? Yeah.
A cassette tape?
Well, how did you keep these around in your car?
That kind of stuff all the time.
You just don't put it in a dashboard because it'll melt.
Or what was it?
Yep.
My grandpa had a record player that had this big, huge gate on it or whatever, and I was like, this is like the biggest tape player I've ever seen. And he's like, that's not a tape player, it's an 8-track player. And I was like, what's 8-track? He was like a very failed experiment.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I like 8-tracks. I found my parents always stash 8-tracks. That's the first time I ever heard Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah.
Iron Man from Black Sabbath. Inagata Defeata from Iron Butterfly.
Iron Butterfly was so heavy back in the day, and people didn't even really think of them when you think, the people who came before metal. Like, the people who came before metal, for me, it was like Steppenwolf and Iron Butterfly. And
Sabbath.
Sabbath is.
I was about to say, I think Sabbath is metal.
Well, I mean, they are. That's the band that's what really started to make the metal sound and the look.
Yeah.
Hey, people tell me all the time.
Watch that old appearance of Iron Man off that TV show that's so famous. Like, they're all wearing, like, psychedelic t-shirts and stuff like that.
And this art is so bad. This is just terrible. This
What is it?
That's Force One.
Liefeld. Hey, he was what? 18, 19?
Whatever. He's getting paid. I think he would have hired somebody that did better.
Yeah.
See, this is why I came in the room. Here you go. Check this out, Tim.
What's up? What you got?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Liefeld.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Thor's arm. It's like huge with veins everywhere. Hold on, I got you a real good one right here. This is the best Liefeld you'll ever get right here.
Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible.
Liefeld.
It looks like a chick's face.
Yeah.
And look at the hair. He was like a surfer folk or something. I don't know.
You could have smashed, bro.
Yeah, I picked up the Avengers second series, all of them but 2 books. I didn't have 2 of them in stock off of mycomicshop.com. They were literally like $1 a piece. And they're all very fine or near mint. I was like, I really don't care, but I mean, if the very fine near mint's $1, I really can't pass that up.
I can find all the Liefeld work you could want. I can pick up every issue of Youngblood and Brigade and Blood Strike and whatever those other titles, Supreme, all that shit at the flea market. Usually all day for
A quarter a piece.
Yeah.
They have any Alan Moore Supreme stuff after Liefeld left the book?
No, it's just the early stuff.
Early crap?
Yeah. Well, Moore was working on it when it went to, what was it, Awesome?
I don't know.
Awesome Entertainment. That was Liefeld's little imprint or whatever. But I know there was, for a while, all the books, they had the banner down the left side. It said Awesome.
I hope to God Rob Liefeld doesn't hear me say this on Google Plus, because he'll probably either try to sue me or kill me. But halfway through that Avengers run, the artwork changed to Walt Simonson.
Cool.
And then I think right after that he left to go to Image. I think he left to go to Image because he was pretty sure Marvel was going to fire him.
Who, Liefeld?
Yeah.
I thought that was after he'd already left Image.
No, like as far as I know, like those were in like 98, I think is when those came out.
Oh, they found it Image in what, 92.
Was it really?
Yeah. Check, you got Spawn #1. Check the date on that. It's like 91, 92.
Yeah, that was the first Image book.
Yeah. I I got a.
I got a Gene 13 one right here.
And it's Liefeld?
No, but you know, for like time frame at least. This came out about the same time as all that. Well, a little bit after.
About a Savage
was
Dragon.
next door.
I had a chance to get that first issue of Savage Dragon at Mr. K's Books and Tapes, and I didn't get it, and I wish I would have.
I've got one here. It's July '92.
Well, I don't know, because he was working for both then, I guess, wasn't he?
Well, I mean, he didn't.
No, what you've got there is, I think, when they did that Heroes Reborn crap,
Yeah.
Yeah.
when Marvel tried to reboot their universe
Yeah.
and it didn't work, and they did that. They have what, Jim Lee and Liefeld. They got them back somehow. I guess they lured them in by saying, "Yeah, you get to work on the biggest, our biggest characters."
And you can do whatever you want to them.
Yeah, unfortunately. But, yeah.
That's probably what that is. I mean, I ain't in a rush to read them. I want to read them, but
And there's the.
Don't expect too much on that.
I'm not.
I remember that ad. I remember that ad.
American Entertainment.
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah.
I believe I ordered off of this ad.
Nice.
It was like, what was it, 92? I was like, I don't know, 13,
It's a nice
It's crazy.
12.
like that.
In '92, I was 7.
93, I was.
I'd have been 13.
I'll be right back.
All right.
He's going to grab more image artwork.
I got a whole long box full of all the 90s Image, all their first titles. I have at least the first 5 or 6.
I swear, if I ever came to your house, after like 3 or 4 days, you'd look at me and be like, "Dude, I know you like reading Image, but you got to go home." Like,
I've got a bunch. I've got, oh man, I got so much. But I thought this, like everybody did back in the day, this is going to be, well, we were kind of right. It's going to be the next big thing, and Image was, but
just not that Image.
I don't see how they didn't fail in the beginning. I'm really surprised they have been able to stay.
I know there's some issues of like the early Spawns where I think the first 4 issues were written and drawn by Todd McFarlane, and then in issue 5 he started bringing in people like, I know Alan Moore wrote an issue of Spawn.
Yeah, he did that for a reason. McFarlane knew that he couldn't write for shit.
Yeah.
You have to give him credit for realizing that he was not a writer. And he was, he actually, in Howler Mouse, I think in one of his videos he talked about this too. He actually was, he was actively asking readers for suggestions on how to improve his writing and how to make the stories better. And
yeah,
he was trying. I'll pick on McFarlane like anybody right now. I don't like him that much anymore because he doesn't do shit anymore except business. He doesn't do what made him
he started back on Spawn at like 246.
Did he?
Yeah, he started back on it, but he did that because the other guy left.
It was Capullo.
Yeah, when Capullo left, he started back on it and did it for a little while until he could find somebody else to do it.
Yep.
So it's like his trump card. Like, he likes to be the businessman, but if he has to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, he will.
But not for long.
But not for long, because he likes being the businessman now.
And I can't.
He inks Haunt, doesn't he? Doesn't he do the inks on Haunt?
I don't know.
I haven't read that.
Yeah, Robert Kirkman and some dude that draws like Capullo and McFarlane on inks.
And it's looks like a Spawn knockoff.
Yeah. Like a cross between like Spawn and Spider-Man with a little darkness thrown in there or something.
They actually, I think they had a Spawn Haunt crossover book.
somebody in one of their videos, I didn't know this. Like when I was younger, I remember watching the TV show or the cartoon show, The Max,
Yes.
and somebody put on their video like, you know, Sam, I think it was Cosmo Bosco said he got some Max issues or whatever, and he was like this, you know, this was done by Sam Keith, the same guy who did the first Wolverine run. And I'm like, really? What?
No,
He did.
I mean,
Like, I don't have the Max.
He did some stuff in Marvel Comics Presents on Wolverine. But
Mhm.
Did he?
yeah, he did a couple issues of the Hulk, but I don't think he was on like Wolverine like proper, like the main title. I'm a big Sam Keith fan.
I don't think he did either.
If
It's all
he did the Max, I think he's awesome because I just like that kind of artwork. But at the same time, I mean, my taste varies. Like when I got The Walking Dead, my first issue of The Walking Dead, I opened it up and seen it was black and white. I was like, oh, this is gonna be horrible. But then I started going through it and reading it and actually looking at the art, and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Yeah, I did that to issue number 1 when it was on the stands.
Did you pick it up?
I picked it up, I looked at it, I put it back down.
Oh man, you'd be $2,000 richer now.
Yeah, no, probably not, because I probably would have sold it when it jumped up to a couple $100, thinking it wasn't going to get any higher than that. I did that with Saga. I bought 2 copies of the first 3 issues when they first came out. They got up to about $30 for the first issue, and I watched eBay for about a month or so, and it stayed at about $30. I'm like, okay, it's, you know, it's leveled out. I'm gonna sell mine, make some quick money, buy some more comics. I sell mine, and you know, a few months later, it starts going up again. Awesome. That's $100 all day long.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Yeah. I still have 1 copy, but I'm not getting rid of it. No, I like that book. Yeah, that's. I'm sure we all have those books that we saw in the stand and didn't pick up and regret. Why the Last Man?
Yeah.
Same way. I wasn't reading Vertigo. I had read a little bit of Sandman, and that was it.
Don just said I was hoping, what was it, Sky something was going to go out, and it evened out at $25 and never went higher than that. And he's got like 25 copies of the first 4 issues. Outcast. He just corrected me. Outcast. He got like 25 copies of the first 4 issues.
Yep. I don't know about that one.
But it's gonna be a show.
It's Kirkman. It's his next big hit.
Invincible, I think, is better than The Walking Dead, and that book's not like crazy, stupid hot. That's Kirkman.
I've had a lot of people tell me I need to get that.
The early issues of Invincible are, I mean, they're okay. I mean, they're not cheap, but they're not super expensive.
Right.
When I was looking through the back issues at my store, when I started looking for the 6th gun, I found issue number 4, and it was $30.
That's a pretty good deal.
It is a pretty good deal because he uses a price guide that's like 2 years old or a year old.
Huh.
I mean, that's like eBay prices, though. $30 for issue 4.
Yeah, I mean, I told him I seen a copy of the first print Batman New 52, number 1, for $25. I didn't scoop it up. I should have. Next time I went back to the shop, it was gone. And now I'm looking on eBay, and you can't find that book for anywhere between $80 to $100.
You know that the Adam Hughes Harley Quinn variant with her like in the straight jacket? We got a copy of that at my shop for $20 on the wall. It's been there forever. I should go get it.
It's probably, yeah, you can sell that on eBay for like $200-300.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I had the Batman from the New 52, number 1 and 2, I sold them on eBay last year for $120-something.
Yeah.
That's how I helped pay for Heroes.
Nice.
I just bought number 2 and it was $15.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gone down.
It had, I mean, well, I don't, like I said, he doesn't, his guide's a little bit old and he doesn't price like versus what's on eBay. He just puts it out there.
Not bad. I still have a copy of number 2, the variant cover. I picked up a few of the New 52. I don't know.
From what I heard, the Batman stuff at first was really good.
It was Batman.
Like Death and
Of all the
Death
characters,
and
it seems like they changed him the least.
Well, you
But
can't really do that much
It's
with
like you said
Batman,
earlier.
you know?
Yeah, you can't change him too much.
Well,
You change him anymore, and he's going to end up being Moon Knight.
Just like you said earlier,
Somebody's dog didn't like that comment.
every time I pick up an issue of a Marvel DC title, it seems like I've read it before.
Yeah.
And I hate that being at that point where it seems all the stories have been told, all the characters have been made. There's nothing truly 100% original out there anymore, and there won't be again because there's been so much stuff created before,
Yeah. And the worst part is, the stuff that sells now is stuff that when the first, whoever it was put it out first, like, 10, 15 years ago, it was horrible. People didn't pick it up. And then they tell it with a new writer and and they twist the story a little bit, and a new artist, and it's huge.
Yep.
If anybody would have told, like, I swear George Romero was like at his house going, why didn't I make it a comic book?
Yeah, I'll be right back. Somebody just showed up in my house. I'm going to go see who it is.
Alrighty.
I had a chance. Like I said, I went to Mr. K's, Scott, and I got I seen wasn't there like a 3-issue miniseries of Savage Dragon before they put it out ongoing?
It was two or 3 issues, yeah.
I found all those, and then I found like the first 11 or 12 issues of Deathblow, and the first like 5 issues of Deathblow were all Jim Lee. I wished I would have picked those up because they were all $1 a piece, and I just didn't do it.
I might have 2 copies of Deathblow.
They're probably still there.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. That seemed to me like that was supposed to be their Punisher, and I don't know. They were overly ambitious in those early days, I think.
I think that's literally what they did. They said, okay, all the stuff they have at Marvel that we have to do, like, Punisher or whatever, how can we make it better?
Well,
And then they just changed it up.
yeah, they were trying to create their own little universes, shared universes between their titles, and it just, I don't know. I think if they had come out, if they had been just the first titles they come out with, they probably could have kept on with that and would have been fine. Spawn, Savage Dragon, Wildcats. They had just built those up instead of trying to branch out into having 40 titles apiece.
I just got curious, and looked in my guide, and I looked at my Spider-Man 252, and it's graded at 8.0, and I looked it in, and I looked at the copy of 298 that I have, which is the first McFarlane Spider-Man, and I'm like, yeah, they're similar, so it's probably both an 8.0. I looked them up in the guide, and my 252 black costume is worth $33, and my McFarlane first issue is worth like 40. And I'm like, really? Like, I figured this was worth like maybe 10, $15 at the most. And I was like, I'm shocked.
That 298 and 299 had shot up in price over the past couple of years.
I picked up a copy of 299 at the last con I went to for $5.
Yeah. I think they had 298 at my shop in the same shape, and they wanted like $8 for it.
Yeah, but the dealer I got that from, they had all kinds of like awesome deals. Like all the Kirby DC stuff was like in their dollar bins, and like all their priced books were like $5, $5 to like $10, and it was that same kind of stuff. It was like $30, $40 books for $5. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping they're there again this year. Either of you guys picked this up, Bitch Planet?
No, I told my lady she needs to. She
No, I
probably
haven't
like it.
picked it up.
Alright.
Bitch Planet?
Oh, I've seen some of that.
What's it about?
Yeah, my girl said she didn't look interesting to her.
It's about like these non-compliant women get sent to this planet. It's like it's like a penal colony kind of thing for opinionated women.
Uh-huh.
I was just kind of curious. Don says he got it.
Yeah.
It's written by a lady, and I think if it would have been written by a guy like that, they would have called the book sexist. But since it's a female writer, it's not sexist. I don't know. It's interesting.
I've heard Rat Queens is good too.
Yeah. I picked up a couple issues. Brian was looking for some issues that I tracked down for him, and I read them, and they were, I don't know, it wasn't quite my thing.
Everybody keeps trying to get me to read Rat Queen every time we got a comic book shop, and I've checked it out. I'm not interested. I don't know why everybody thinks it's all that.
Yeah.
Just because it's a chick book doesn't mean chicks don't like it.
If you want to read something like Rat Queens, read Red Sonja.
She reads Red Sonja.
So there you go.
That's about all she reads.
You don't need Rat Queens if you have Red Sonja.
There you go. I just picked up.
I gotta run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right.
I don't know. I think it was like 20 Red Sonja books today.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was yeah. They had a big run of Red Sonja Volume 1, so I picked up every single one I could get that I didn't have.
That's pretty cool.
I got a half plus of nothing but Red Sonja. I had to pull my Queen Sonja out because I didn't have enough room.
I've always thought about getting into Red Sonja. Like I said, there's so much stuff that intrigues me and catches my eye.
Yeah.
But I'm trying not to make a pull list of 50 books.
I think I only.
I got this for Christmas from Chris. It's signed
That's
by
pretty cool.
by Andy Smith,
Oh, nice.
and he sent me this one as well.
Well, it's cool.
Bacon shell black and white. But yeah, I got a lot of Red Sonja.
Nice.
Very nice. I
My
got
lady reads My Little Pony. That's about it. Within the time.
It's
You always say your shop knows you as the guy who pulls My Little Pony.
Yeah, I pull My Little Pony. I get 2 My Little Pony books a month.
It's bi-monthly?
Do what?
It's bi-monthly?
No, there's 2 My Little Pony titles.
Oh, okay.
His nieces are so into My Little Pony the cartoon. I can't stand the new version. It looks too much like the Bratz doll.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's just
My best friend's wife went to like Mr. K's or Second Charm or something and bought a bunch of like dollar books and gave them to her nephews for Christmas. And these kids are like I swear, if their parents weren't smart, they would have them on like Ritalin or something because these kids never stop moving. And she said this is the only time they'd ever been quiet. They sat down for like an hour, hour and a half, and never talked, never moved, just read comics.
They had a bunch of the My Little Pony and stuff like that for free comic book day on the Halloween one that just passed.
Right.
I picked up a bunch of those and gave them to our neighbor's daughter because she likes that kind of stuff.
Huh. Yeah, I
Yeah, the
think we
Halloween
could.
ones are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marvel's big scheme get you into Secret Wars is on Free Comic Book Day this year. They're gonna give away for free Secret Wars 0, which is like your precursor to Secret Wars. It catches you up on all the stuff you might have missed, and it fills you in before the storyline actually starts.
I like free.
And I was like, that's kind of cool. And the guy from there was like, the best thing is it doesn't cost you a dime, it's free. And I'm like, it's about time.
Yeah.
I better get out of his chair.
I want
Flat
that.
for sure.
Secret Wars. Have you read any of the other Secret Wars stuff, like Secret Wars 1 or 2?
No, I haven't. I want to pick events up. I want, like this year, I want, like my New Year's resolution this year is I'm going to try to, and it's a big resolution. I'm going to get all the 600s to 700 of Amazing Spider-Man.
Right?
I'm going to try to catch up on all my current runs and get those filled in, which I've got a lot of runs that I need to get started on, like Avengers. I don't have a lot of those. I don't have a lot of Moon Knight. I'm behind on it, but it's not with like 12 issues out. But like, you know, there's a lot of stuff. Like Batman's gonna be the hardest one. But I want to start getting more events too. I want to get like the first Secret Wars, the first Infinite Crisis. You know, stuff like that. That way I can kind of get caught up on all these events and see how stuff changes. Because everybody starts talking about stuff like that, and I'm just lost. Like, they're like,
Yeah.
you remember back in Infinite Crisis? And I'm like, no, I don't.
Oh, dude, it's so good. If you can find the trade for that, pick it up. Infinite Crisis or Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Well, you know, I had a bid on a copy of 7 and 8 on eBay
Right?
from Jimmy C.
Yeah.
But when I went back with my money, when I got paid, somebody had already picked it up.
Huh.
Imagine that.
With me, I didn't get mine from Jimmy C on eBay.
You didn't?
No. I just got issue 7. No. This one.
Was it issue 7?
Yeah.
I thought it was 7 and 8.
No, he was selling 7 and 8, but I got this from him direct.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he told me, like, I guess he tells everybody in the community this, who's, like, in the community and been here for a while and everything, to shoot him an email and he'll give you the little cousin discount. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I've been looking for that book forever. It's been on my list.
Just
Like
that cover is amazing. The cover for 7 and the cover for 8. Like, I really want those just because those covers look so amazing.
What, Crisis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get on that stuff. I need to get on Crisis. I need to get on Secret Wars and, you know, Age of Ultron and Infinity Gauntlet. And
Don't grab Secret Wars, grab it soon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's going to get stupid crazy here shortly.
oh, yeah.
It's already going up.
Let's see, what else? I want to get, what is it? Blackest Day and, Blackest Night and Brightest Day. I want to get those too. Those seem like those are really good.
I've been picking up some Blackest Day. What?
Is that where like all the blue and the white Green Lantern showed up? Not Green Lantern, but like the White Lanterns and the Blue Lanterns and is that what that was?
I think so.
It was like all the dead people they had killed came back, like, the Black Ring brought all the dead people that had died back to life to fight against the Lanterns and the Justice League or something like that.
Yeah. We're gonna start with Black Hand,
Yeah.
and he ends up. Some entity ends up like contacting him, and it makes him kill himself, and then he comes back to life as like the zombie version, and then he goes out and starts spreading the black power or whatever it is around, and bringing back the dead heroes. I haven't read. May have been Comic Storian. It's one of those channels where they explain storylines.
Yeah, that's where I see it at.
Because I think he did a whole rundown of all the different the different Lantern Corps and their whatever the emotional spectrum their color is based on and what their powers are, other than just making like creations and stuff like the Green Lanterns do. But it definitely sounds pretty neat. I picked up a few issues of the regular, like the Blackest Night miniseries, and then a few issues of some of the other random tie-ins, because I've been finding them for $1.
I want to get Flashpoint too.
Maybe. But if they're gonna do what everybody's thinking they're gonna do with the New 52, and cancel it and revert back to the old DC, I don't know. I like the animated movie they did for Flashpoint was pretty good, I thought.
Is that what DC's planning on doing with Convergence?
That's what I've been hearing. That whatever's going to happen, you're either going to find out that this New 52 is actually like Earth 20 or something,
Right.
and that the old classic DC is still around, has still been going. We just hadn't been watching it.
So maybe they'll bring Batwoman back to being good, because she was in DC prior to the New 52.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be cool.
She debuted in that Countdown?
I don't know. I know she was in Detective when Rucka was writing it.
Yeah, there's an issue of one of those. Maybe it was just called 52. But it was something they were doing before the New 52 launched. It was the first appearance of that new Batwoman.
I don't know.
I can't remember. It may have been the Countdown to Final Crisis or something. I don't know.
So, I mean, is it just me, or I know it's not just me, everybody sees it, but, like, so DC and Marvel are basically doing the exact same thing right now.
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Well, it sounds like.
Yeah.
But isn't that what they always do?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a very good point.
And especially now that they're controlled more by Hollywood. That's all Hollywood does. Oh, look! That big meteor disaster movie called Armageddon made a lot of money. Let's make this one called Deep Impact.
Volcano.
Okay, they were being made at the same time.
The Day After Tomorrow, 2012.
Oh, the core.
You mean the Sphere?
Hmm?
You mean the Sphere?
The one where they drilled to the core of the Earth, it came out at the same time as Day After Tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was the same thing was happening. The weather started changing, and it's just the only thing that was different is one was being caused by the ocean in one movie, and the other movie was caused by the core of the Earth. It stopped spinning. They've always done that.
I wish the Abyss would have been a comic book.
And that other.
Deep Impact? That's the first one I said just a second ago.
Oh, I was reading something. I was listening. I can't read and listen at the same time. Not that talented. Shut up! Don't make any comments.
Anyway,
That's cool.
I wish they would just do something and make stuff better. Lower the price of the books.
I like what Magna Comics said.
In movies and
Just go back to the paper.
Oh yeah,
Go
yeah.
back to the paper, and you can probably drop the book down at least another $1.
They could drop the price of the books $1 right now, and
Probably.
they would still make money. They just wouldn't make as much money, and that's the thing. I understand it's a business, and you're there to make money, but I think at some point enough is enough when you're
Well,
making
see,
it profit.
I don't think Marvel has that excuse about not having money, because isn't Marvel owned by Disney now?
Yeah.
So when has Disney ever been hurting for money?
Oh, several times, but
Really?
they've always been able to bounce back. Oh yeah, I mean that's up until the '90s. Disney was hurting hard, and that's why the Lion King and Little Mermaid and all that started coming out. And started the
yeah.
Disney Renaissance. They were hurting. I mean, I don't think they were in the danger of like going out of business, but they were hurting as far as the success that they had in the 40s and 50s and all. There's been a couple other times, like after the Disney Renaissance of the '90s, and before they started this new stuff with Pixar and all that, the computer animated stuff, they started hurting again. That's why they went with Pixar and the computer animated movies. Hurting for them ain't like hurting for us. Hurting for them is, I don't have $50 billion in profit this year. I only have 30.
Yeah.
I
can still buy 12 countries.
Yeah. And
Let's live off what we make for a year.
Yeah.
I mean, I make decent. I make enough to live off of. But I don't make no $1 million a year.
I make enough to survive. I wouldn't call it living all the time.
Yeah.
Tim looks like he's about to fall asleep.
No, my dog's right here.
Oh.
Doggy.
Oh, Scott?
Hello, doggy. What's up?
Yeah, this is your fault.
What kind is he?
I swear, YouTube is the thing that has killed me as far as, like, spending my money. Because this is all your fault.
Pop vinyls. You're addicted now.
You got that off of Amazon?
Yes, I did.
The Crow pop
It's like
vinyl.
crack.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody, man.
I don't know if, is yours the one that's the movie Crow vinyl?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, see, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, where he's just standing there with his hands out like this.
Yeah.
That scene,
I mean, I'm a big Crow fan too, but it's hard. Like, for me, it's hard because I remember Dawn, and I remember, Cry for Dawn, and I remember The Crow and stuff like that. And those comic books, I mean, those are like the unsung of hard to find, expensive comic books. You find a #1 that's a decent copy of The Crow,
shit.
you're gonna pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
You find Cry for Dawn #1.
First printing?
Yeah.
Or even a second or third print.
Yeah, any of them. And I think the funny part is with any other book, I just want first printing. But with Dawn, they changed the cover so much that you kind of want all the printings.
Yeah.
Especially since they just kept putting out printings that were more risque and more risque as it went along. Like, by the time you got to the 4th printing, you're like, I don't even think they can put this out.
Yeah.
But that's how they got you in to buy the stuff.
You've seen Comics Quest, his collection of Dawn. He has
Yes.
almost every issue of Dawn, almost all the reprints.
I was like this close to getting Dawn and Vampirella when it came back out, or when it came out.
It's not bad. I picked up first 2. They're just
I'm gonna end up having a 50-book pull list. I know it.
Well, if it's a bunch of indie titles, it should be okay because they'll only run for 6 or 8 issues, and then you can drop those.
Yeah.
Which I kind of like that. I would not be opposed to all comic books kind of going the route of like Hellboy, where
Right?
it's
It's like
one
series.
long,
Yeah.
it's one long continuous story, but it's a bunch of miniseries that you
Yeah.
can, at least most of them that I've seen, you can read that one story by itself and not really have to know much of anything else outside of that story, except that you might need to know that Hellboy is a demon and he came to this world somehow and decided to fight for the
Well,
good.
after they made the movie, everybody knows that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Basic stuff like that, which you can glean from reading a comic usually. You just, read a little bit and you can figure that stuff out without having to be told. I wouldn't be
That's
opposed to all books going that way. Marvel, DC, do
that's
that.
just like when Guardians of the Galaxy came out and I went to see it in theaters. Like I seen all these parents coming in with like 5 kids with them, and these are like little kids, like 7, 8, 6, 9, and like every other scene in the movie, they're having to cover their eyes or cover their ears. And I'm like, you people didn't read up on Guardians of the Galaxy before you came into this, did you?
Well, it's a Disney movie. It's PG-13.
I think when they heard talking raccoon and a talking tree, they figured a different kind of movie.
Yeah.
They didn't read up on Rocket Raccoon. They just heard a talking raccoon.
Oh God. The whole part of him taking the guy's leg in that movie. What? And that cost me 40,000 credits. I don't really need it. I just thought it'd be funny. You are an asshole. I need your eye. No, he doesn't. No, actually, I really
He doesn't need your eye. I was watching it on Christmas Day, and my parents came over, my mom and my stepdad, and they brought my niece and my nephew, and we were watching it, and my stepdad died laughing at the part where they were walking to do the final battle or whatever, and they were walking in slow motion, and Rocket reached down and like scratched his junk and readjusted himself.
Yeah.
He was like, "Did that raccoon just touch his nuts?" I was like, "Yes, he did." I was like, "Rocket is the man."
Yeah. That's good stuff.
And the very end of it, when they're walking out and he's talking to the Novas, he's like, well, what if somebody has something and I want it more than they do? No, that's still silly. No, sir, you don't understand. I want it more. Yeah, that was funny.
Or what did Drax say?
What if I accidentally pull somebody's spine out?
Yeah.
He was like, "Yeah, that's still murder."
You can't do that. That's murder.
Yeah.
No, but he assaulted me. Yeah.
No, he told me I looked stupid or something. I don't know.
I like that movie.
I love that movie. That was like one of the funniest movies that Marvel has come out with in a long. Like I know all their movies are kind of funny at parts, but that whole movie had me reeling and rocking. Like it was just so good. What was the part where he was like, "I will follow the guy who slept with whatever kind of alien it was." He was like, "It was just that one time."
Yeah, the 8-tentacled alien creature.
With like dagger-like teeth or whatever.
What's that?
What? I was just moving some stuff. This was like Jimmy C sent that to me. They're like uncut cards.
Oh yeah.
All those.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. I haven't even opened this up yet. I haven't rebagged and boarded anything in like 2 weeks. I'm kind of slacking. But
Yeah, I have. These are from like Wizards back in the 90s and uncut Marvel Masterpiece trading cards and things. Yeah.
it's kind of cool.
Yeah, they're pretty neat.
And that Nova lot that I got off of my comic shop, that was like the second series of Nova.
Okay.
I finally got it. I pulled it out to read like number 5 of it. And when I pulled it out, I felt something hard in it, like there was something like in the book. And I'm like, what is this? And when I flipped it open, like I don't know if it listed these or not, but this is what it had.
Huh.
They're like Marvel trading cards, and it's like Chameleon, Spider-Man, and Kraven.
Yeah, leave them in there.
Oh, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Because you know how those Marvel trading cards are. I mean, that Deadpool card's worth $1 million.
Really?
I don't know. It probably will be.
I have probably about 5 Deadpool cards from the Marvel series 2 or 3 in the 90s. Got a whole set of those.
Yeah.
I went to the post office to mail off Full Killer's package to him, and I seen that they had like 75th anniversary Batman stamps.
Yes,
I want to go get a book of those.
I got them for Christmas.
Did you?
Yeah.
Are they
pretty
cool?
You're welcome.
Yeah. They got, it's kind of dark. They got each one, you go from the like Golden Age Batman, the Silver Age, to like the 90s Batman, and then Jim Lee style Batman. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
And they, even out to the side, they have the progression of the bat symbols. Yeah. Yeah, she got me that for Christmas. That's pretty cool.
Yep, I'm awesome.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I just like I started out with comics, and now it's just like I'm in, a pop figure here or there, and posters and trading cards. And I'm like, oh my god, what am I doing?
Yeah, it can get crazy if you let it.
Get out of hand. Easy. It's just, there's so much good stuff out.
Yeah.
Old stuff, new stuff.
I mean, I bought a Spider-Man nightlight for God's sakes. Like, I found at my shop he had it's a Spider-Man nightlight. It lights up red, like it's a bust of him or whatever, and it lights up red, and it's from the '90s cartoon series. It was like marketed back then, and it was $5, and I was like, oh, I have to have this.
It's only $5.
And then I got it home, and I'm like, do I take it out of the package or do I plug it into the wall?
No, you need a mitten bucks, man.
And I was like, you know what? I got to see if it still works. And so I plugged it in, and it worked.
Nice.
Heck yeah. Hey, that's one good thing about the pop vinyls. You can open those and close them, open and close them. They don't have that breakable seal, so. No, it's still mint in package. It's only been taken out 30 times.
A buddy of mine had Loot Crate, and he got a lot of the pop figures from Loot Crate. He's got like a Groot one, and like Batman dressed as the Joker, and stuff like that.
I haven't seen that.
And I'm like, yeah, I think it's just exclusive to Loot Crate, which means they're probably worth $500. I went over to his house. It was sitting on the shelf, and I was like, "You took it out of the box?" He was like, "Oh my God, you're getting carried away." I was like, "You never take it out of its original packaging."
Unless you want to play with it.
He was like, "All right, 40-year-old virgin."
Oh, God.
God, I'd love to have his collection. Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
What is that? Boom! Oh, yeah. Crisis.
What is that?
That's where she dies.
It's a
Oh yeah.
Death of Supergirl. I miss like the boom and the thwack and the bang and the sound effects. They don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I'm reading that Nova series too that I have. It's like 94 or 93 or something like that, and it's got a lot of that in it, and I'm loving it.
I like dialogue on the covers. There's none of that anymore either. No?
Yes, where the cover was actually part of the story inside.
Yeah, it wasn't just some cool pose.
You know, it may not be actually a panel or something from inside, but it pertains to the story inside. It gives you a little bit of insight of what you're going to be reading instead of just, oh, it looks pretty.
Yeah.
Right.
I miss those things too. I don't know. Everything changes, I guess.
It's all pinups now. There's no. Yeah.
All these young whippersnappers have to, get involved with their, fancy printing techniques and.
Well,
You can't just draw on paper. It has to be that. Do you guys hate it when you read a new book and it's got like the gloss on it and the gloss shines and you've got to turn it a certain way to be able to read the book?
Yes.
on all the pages,
Yeah.
kind of. Yeah, I did not mind the old newsprint style paper that they used up until what late 90s.
I have to get another copy of was it? I think it's Spawn number 12 because in the dead center of Spawn 12 they decided to take and get Walt Simonson to draw Spawn in this 2-page splash that you have to hold up and put staples in the middle of it. And I'm like, great, because I want to stick that on my wall, but I don't want to take it out of my book.
Shit, what number? 12?
12. Hold on.
Oh hell, I'd probably find a copy of that for a quarter.
I don't know. Spawn's been going up lately for some reason. I do not know why.
My guy at the flea market had about 10 copies of Spawn number 1. They $4 on them.
I bought number 1 and number 9 off of eBay, and it was like $7.50 a piece I paid for them. But the only reason I paid that much for them is I really looked at the pictures and everything. And when he said they were near mint, never read, I believed it. Because when I opened them up and read them, like the pages all creaked and whatever, I was like, oh man, this is fresh right here.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find it. I think it's in 12. If not, I ain't gonna dig too hard for it. But
12 is Bloodwolf.
huh?
Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf.
This way.
Yeah, Blood Wolf.
It's the comic.
Next issue. Okay, so it's 13.
It's fucking catalog.
Okay.
They're not cheap. They do bullshit like that.
They do bullshit like that all the time. Like,
I got Fables number 1, and it's got a freaking catalog on the backside when you flip it over.
It's the essentials.
Yeah, it's a reprint. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. At least I got number 1.
you got Fables number 1?
It's a reprint.
Oh, the vertical first or whatever. Yeah, Essentials. It's a good read.
Yeah, I got a lot of the other ones. It's just I haven't been able to find this one at all.
There you go, Scott.
Oh yeah.
Walt Simonson Spawn.
Yeah, I remember that.
The last issue was insert for Rob Liefeld, Blood Wolf or something. I instantly just closed the book and didn't even look at that.
Blood Wolf. I have a foil card for that character.
I mean, honestly, that's not that bad.
Not that good either.
I mean, it's not that good, but it's not horrible.
I mean, it's better than I can draw.
Yeah, I can't draw that worth crap, but...
I can't draw stick figures hardly.
Well, let me see. I could probably draw it.
Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. It froze for a second.
Oh, wow, here you go.
Oh,
Here's the back of number 13. Advertising Wizard number 28.
I have that one. Oh, as a matter of fact, I have that uncut sheet of cards that came in that issue.
Is there?
I believe so. That's the Simpsons issue.
Nice.
Is it the Simpsons issue or the Simpsons? Are you talking about the Spawn comic?
No, that Wizard that you held up.
Yeah.
The ad for the Wizard. Yeah. That issue of Wizard. I think that's what these came out of. They had Radioactive Man and Otto and Itchy and
Oh
Scratchy.
yeah, Batman trading card by Michael Alfred. And it says an exclusive Valiant Vision Ninjak poster by Joe Quesada.
Yeah. That's probably still in the bag with the Wizard. Although I do have 2 old Wizard posters in some cheap little poster frames back there.
Check this out. The Mo Crew, we're milking it for all it's worth, which is, I guess, the 93 CBG Fan Awards, and they actually put in the book where all their people finished and what.
Huh.
Because I guess it was like Image was trying to be like, see, we are good.
Mm-hmm.
But I see favorite writer, Todd McFarlane, came in 4th. The dude from TV Little House Comics said that when he was younger and it first started or whatever, his grandma went to a church like book sale or what. They used to sell comic books apparently in the basement of churches. Like that's where they had their comic book conventions and stuff. And his grandma was like, "They're having a comic book convention in the basement of the church. Do you want me to pick anything up?" And he was like, "Yeah, Spawn #1." And then she got it for him, and he started reading it. And his mom caught him reading it, and she was like, "Where did you get this?" He was like, "Grandma bought it for me." And she was like, "You made your grandmother buy you this?" He was like, "Well, read it."
My grandma's wonderful for that kind of stuff.
I don't know. My grandma would buy stuff like that.
I got my grandma to buy me a CD. Both of my parents wouldn't let me
Oh, man.
I remember one time my grandma said that she thought Batman was sick.
Show out Batman was what?
And my grandpa used to collect Batman comics too. Apparently my family had been collecting comics, and I just didn't know it. I cannot find those books. I tried.
What are you looking for?
My grandpa had apparently been collecting Batman when my mom was younger, but that was in like the 60s, maybe late 60s, early 70s. And she said he had a bunch of them, and I've turned that house upside down and cannot find them.
That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love some Neil Adams Batman.
Yeah.
And not have to pay for it.
My grandma liked to hide.
I get a lot of hope. I'm not the biggest Neil Adams fan.
I like his covers.
Some of his stuff is really good, but I have seen some that I'm like, this is Neil Adams. He's supposed to be so great.
I think it's that way with every artist.
Arthur Adams stuff is always amazing.
I was gonna say that but there are some artists that, you just, no matter what they do, it might not be the greatest thing ever, but it's still good.
I have Long Shot #1. That's the only Arthur Adams I have.
No.
And I've yet to read it.
Well, he did.
I also have Ragman #1, which is Hubert. Yeah.
Find the rest of my bag.
Damn.
All the other stuff that Kenneth Brown sent me, I'm almost afraid to read.
Why?
Because if I read it and I like it, I'm gonna want to get it all.
Yeah.
Like he sent me a copy of X-Force 15, and I was like, see, if I read it, I'm gonna love X-Force, and then next thing you know, I'm gonna want to find all the X-Force I can get my hands on.
Yeah, but that's only like 160 something issues.
You can find most of those really cheap.
Yeah. After like 60, it went downhill quick towards the end, and then
Yeah.
the whole ecstatic thing happened. No, it's like less than. It's like 130 something.
Yeah. It's an odd number.
Yeah, 133.
I'm gonna have to buy a printer so I can make more database pages. My best friend turned around and gave me a copy of Daredevil. I was afraid to read it.
X-Force ran to, about 133. Because I have 129's the last issue I have, and that starts their final little story arc where they started killing them off before it changed to X-Static. The last few issues of X-Force aren't bad. When they went to Peter Milligan and Mike Allred.
Yeah.
But I like the artwork. It's Mike Allred. I've liked ever since I saw his Madman, whatever came out in the 90s.
X-Force. This is 116. This is good stuff.
Has anybody been reading the Thunderbolts?
No.
The new Thunderbolts? Because I can't remember where, but somebody showed or said the lineup for it, and it was like Punisher, Red Hulk, Deadpool, I think Domino. I was like, how did I miss this book?
Mm-hmm.
You say Punisher, Deadpool, and Red Hulk all in the same group. I'm like, that's a force to be reckoned with right there.
See, I'm still getting used to there being a Red Hulk. Yeah, that's when I first saw that, the Hulk's green. What the hell? Sometimes he's gray, but red?
Scott, you have all these?
I have most of them. I don't have that one. 129 is the last issue that I have.
Because I have a bunch of doubles of this stuff. I'll throw these in with the rest of those books I'm sending you.
Well,
Yeah, I have like 3 copies of 123.
huh.
But it's really good. This is like the no dialogue issue.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Don't think I have that.
Yeah, this I gotta read. Which I don't know how big of a issue this is. I looked it up, and it's the first appearance of Kilowog.
That's cool.
I gotta read. Here's the X-Force that he sent me.
Yeah, like the 3rd or 4th appearance of Deadpool.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And it's got cable, so of course it's gonna be good. The Batman Arkham thing, Prestige, I guess. He sent me this. This is supposed to, it was a hot book. I don't know if it still is.
Static number 1?
Yeah.
That's a different cover. What was that, Newsstand?
It's got like a bunch of lightning bolts and tennis balls in the bottom corner.
Huh.
Now I see that I have number 1 of that. Looks totally different.
Hold on. Well, oh wow, he's got to put it in here backwards.
See? Here's it.
It's horrible.
Still in the bag, but this is the number 1 not bag.
Hold on. It's going to take a minute for my computer to focus. This must be a variant then.
Huh.
Let's look through real quick and see. I mean, I doubt it'll tell me on the inside. Static number 1, 93. That's all it says.
That must be like the regular unbagged version.
I guess.
So they did that all the time. Then they have one in a
You
bag.
know
And
when you
one
see these words on the book. First issue collector's item.
Yep.
That they're just trying way too hard. It's like, oh, we're telling you, this is gonna be a collector's item.
Yeah.
ACB, which is number 1.
Witches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He sent me, here's Ragman number 1.
That's a cool book.
Yeah. And then he sent me Lone Shot number 1.
Yeah.
I haven't yet to read any of these. I mean, I'm gonna get to them. Like I do stuff where like I got those big runs of those on Avengers. I'll read those for like 2 issues, and then I have to read something else to break up the monotony.
Yeah, I have a whole ton of books that I haven't read.
They were on the floor. I put them on the couch and moved the couch.
Hey, do you guys need any one of these? Well, I'm pretty sure you'll say you'll need this one. I don't know if you will or not.
Number 1.
No, I think I'm good on Punisher. Yeah, I have the Punisher.
Alright, I got this.
I think I have that too.
I got this.
I know I have that. Hit and Run? No. Yeah.
Everybody has that. And then I've got Alpha Flight 15. I asked Scott if he had it, and he said he's already got it. This is stuff that people will give me, or they go to like flea markets or something, and they'll buy them for $1 a piece, and then they'll bring them to me, and they'll be like, "Here's some comic books. You like comic books?" And I'm like, "Well, just because I like comic books doesn't mean I like every comic."
No, it's comic. You like it?
Yeah, I know, right? A buddy of mine let me borrow these. He's got almost the whole run of these, the Earth X stuff.
That's pretty cool.
I've gotten through like, how many issues of it have I read? I've gotten through like 2. I'm on number 3. I just needed to pick it up a little bit. Like it seems like it's just a bunch of talking the whole time. Like there's not a lot of talking between people. It's just like narrative, and I love the art though.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's all dark. Like I haven't seen images that's this dark in a long time. Look at Namor.
Mhm. See, I thought that was supposed to be like Marvel's version of Kingdom Come.
Yeah.
It ended up being more like what they're doing with the Inhumans right now.
Oh, that's why the cover's so good. Cover by Alex Ross.
Yeah.
And that's where the Terrigen Mists they cover the entire Earth, and everybody starts popping up with superpowers.
Is that where that was? I don't know.
I believe so. Or was that? It was either Earth X or Universe X, where they did that. A bunch of Terrigen Mist bombs went off all across the world, and
Yeah, I haven't got that far yet.
but it's a little bit in the future. But everybody started getting powers or dying.
The pencils are by John Paul Leon.
Mhm.
I think stuff like that's pretty awesome. I mean,
Yeah. They said I liked it. It was pretty good. You get to see Captain America as an old bald-headed guy who wears a flag like a toga.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
look at the red.
Yeah. Yeah.
The red skull's like a kid or something. He's like a teenager.
Yeah, I think that ends up being, if I'm not mistaken, that Punisher is actually Steve Rogers' son.
Is he really?
If I'm not mistaken, he ends up being, he's Captain America's son. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've read that. I'm talking about like whenever it came out.
Oh wow, I remember this too. There's an ad for Roller Jam Roller Derby on TNN.
Good.
Check that out.
Wonder how many people even remember TNN.
They had
Turn your news, man. Turn your news.
guys who like movies.
Asheville Network. That's what Spike became.
Explain to me this. Okay, you know how Thor has changed to a woman, right?
No, it's a woman now who's Thor.
Okay, well there you go.
But Thor's been a woman and a frog, and I mean they change him up.
There she is.
But that's
That's
Is this a
Valkyrie.
different woman Thor?
that's Valkyrie.
Yeah, that's Valkyrie. Yeah.
Because I seen this, and as soon as I seen it, I was like, okay, so
She always was. She kind of was a female Thor.
Well, she was a Valkyrie. But yeah, she was Norse, uber powerful, didn't take shit from anybody, kind of thing. Yeah.
Similar costume.
Yeah. Defenders. That's a good book.
now see, and here it's calling her Thor.
Maybe.
Probably. But I'm pretty sure it's actually Valkyrie.
Yeah.
She probably took over the mantle of Thor, which is what everybody thought the new female Thor would be.
Who do you think it is?
I have no idea. I haven't read any of it.
I read the first issue, and after the first issue, they started saying all these names, and I'm like, I'm not seeing that. I'm thinking it's Freya.
Freya?
Yeah, because they were picking on her the whole okay. In the first issue, Thor couldn't pick up the hammer, and he was basically begging the hammer to let him pick it up. And they said he'd been sitting there for like a week and a half, like begging the hammer to let him pick it up, and like babying it. And then Freya's standing behind there, and she was running things. Well, Odin just shows back up, and he's like, "Guess what? I'm back." And everybody's like, "Well, great, but look at your son." And he was like, "What's wrong with you?" And he talks to him, and he was like, "Look, it's not that hard." And he reaches down and grabs the hammer and tries to pick it up, and it won't move.
Well, Odin couldn't pick it up?
Odin cannot pick it up. The hammer is saying that the guy who magicked it in the first place is not worthy. And he was like, this is some kind of black magic or something like that. And Freya's like, look, we have this issue on Earth with frost giants that we need to take care of, so you need to quit worrying about the hammer and worry about that. And he was like, look, I'm back now. You can quit playing like you run things. I'm back. Just go home, be my wife. I'll take care of Midgard. I'll take care of Asgard. Don't worry about it. And everybody leaves. And then all you see is a hand reach down to pick up the hammer. And when it cuts to the last page, it's the female Thor. And I'm thinking that Freya just was like, I'll show you guys you don't need me around anymore. And she picked up the hammer.
Huh.
But it's all speculation because nobody knows. And you probably won't know until Secret Wars.
Yeah.
Man, this art is just so bad. I'm sorry, I was just sitting here looking at this. This book.
Yes.
Ugh. This is horrible. Look at that.
Yes, it is.
That is just. I cannot believe this book is worth as much as this book is. That art is just abysmal.
Oh, for New Mutants 98?
Yeah.
Look at the cover. The cover doesn't look appealing either. I wouldn't have bought it.
It's gorgeous. See how they all have that same little spit curl on the front of their hair, and they all have the same chin line. And
And,
They all have the same pouches.
yeah. Oh, man, dude. You can't have a character without 400 pouches. Where are you going to put all your stuff like Batman?
like your ankles. You need to put your ankles somewhere since they're not on your ankles.
Well, see, that's an homage to, like, old westerns when they would hide the last resort gun in their boot and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure they've made that excuse before.
That's what I said in Mana Comics video contest or whatever. He said what books to you are overrated, and I said all of them. All of them are overrated but overpriced. And I was like, every single one of them. I was like, the first appearance of Deadpool is not a $700 book.
Oh Lord, no.
The
It
first
should be-
appearance of Harley Quinn isn't a $700 book.
No. No. I think I would rate hers a little bit higher than Deadpool's, but
Yeah, I would too.
And that book hasn't even gotten hot yet. You just wait, man. The Suicide Squad movie's gonna hit, and everybody's who doesn't already know is gonna fall in love with Harley.
oh God, yeah.
Who doesn't know who Harley Quinn is by this point?
My mom.
Anybody that doesn't read comics still. She
Right.
hasn't had a movie appearance.
Yeah, she's not on TV yet. But once she makes it on TV, that's gonna be
Nope.
crazy. That's gonna be easy grand.
That'll be another. That's your second. That's the Walking Dead. There. That's the second. The $2,000 book. As soon as the movie hits.
Don't say that because it's going to make me want to take a loan out and buy it now and wait.
Might not be a bad idea.
Fund my comic book addiction for the rest of the year off of that money.
But I think.
Okay.
I don't know. I think again, it's if you can be patient, even if you got to wait another 10 years, you'll be able to find those books again for.
Oh, I am. I've done said, I've done told myself, and I really mean it. I'm not getting the first appearance of Deadpool until after the double.
Anything in the 70s and anything
Hell yeah.
before 10.
There's no sense in trying to pick that up now. It's you
Oh.
won't find it on a deal.
Honestly, now in the next couple of years, I'm wanting to like go after some really big keys. I know I'm gonna have to pay for them.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm wanting to like go after something big. I'm thinking about going after Journey into Mystery '83.
That'd be nice.
I mean, I'll suffer on Gray. I know I like to, you know, keep things 7.0 and up, but on books like that, I'll suffer a little bit on the Gray as I like to get a copy.
I'd take that book in a 0.5 if I found it. I'm not gonna lie. You could have the cover detached and a big rip down the middle as long as it still would fold together so I could look at it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't pay out the ass for it, but I would buy a fair copy just to be able to have it, you know, to look at it and read it.
You know, I'm wanting to get at least one really huge key. Just, I mean, you know, here in the next year or two, you know, and do it like that. I mean, I'm gonna have to do it like that because you can't get them all.
Depends on what you call really huge, real big.
Detective 27.
First Thor and Spider-Man and stuff like that. I'm not
First
even.
Batman.
My big book is Jimmy Olsen 134. First Dark Side.
First Dark Side, yeah.
I still need to get Forever People #1, but I want all those DC Kirby books. But yeah, I definitely want the first Dark Side. It's got to be he and Magneto are my favorite villains.
Don said Hulk 181 for him.
Yeah, you know, and that one is still fairly reachable.
Yes,
I mean,
it
it
is.
would take some saving and would take, but it's not $30,000 or $100,000 or $1 million.
In the guide, in the Overstreet guide, Batman #1 at a 9.2, they'll say is worth $25,000.
What's a Superman #1?
God, like Superman, the series Superman #1, or the first appearance of Superman.
Just Superman #1, not Action Comics. Because those books I think should be similarly priced.
Hold on, let me pull up my list.
You'd be surprised. Hold on, let me grab my Overstreet real quick.
Yeah, I just grabbed mine.
We'll go shopping, Scott.
Window shopping.
I need to call Overstreet up and go, yeah, let me get a copy of this. You said you got it in your guide, right?
What
Can be like, no, we don't have it.
do you mean? I thought this was a catalog.
Yeah, Don said that's the year's goal is to get 181.
Yeah.
Superman.
Okay, well. Okay. I'm good on the 40s.
Oh, you don't even want to know.
16.
What grade you want it in, Scott?
16.
Woo! $800,000?
Yes. That's at a 9.2.
Oh, because it reprints the first 4 Action comic stories.
I mean, you can suck it up and get number 2 at 54,000.
See, that's ridiculous. If Superman number 1, which isn't his first appearance, is worth almost $1 million, Batman number 1 should be a lot more than 25,000.
Let me look at it. Let me make sure and just look.
That's
Because that's the first appearance of the Joker and Catwoman.
yeah. See, just on that alone.
That's why that book costs so much anyway. Because it's
Oh no,
Joker.
460,000 for Batman 1.
Is it?
And then we're
22,000 in
skipping all the way to 57. Yeah.
I love that one.
No.
Number 1, reprint. Warning, it's oversized. Other than that, it looks exactly like the first print.
That's good to know before you freak out.
59.
See, that's a little bit better. I think Batman should still be a little more than that. If Superman 1 is 800,000, Batman 1 shouldn't be
63.
a couple hundred behind it at most. But Superman was the first. He started it all, right?
Yep.
No, I know people that would argue that. He was not the first superhero.
He was just the first one that everybody loved.
Well, he was the first one of his type. And you know what? That to me, that's my whole liking of Superman nowadays. That's what it stems from.
57.
It's more out of the respect of him being the first and
57, 59, and 60.
what Superman used to stand for. Used to,
Oh my God.
role model for kids. What you? Oh my God.
Journey to Mystery 83.
55,000.
Yes.
I'm not even looking at a book.
It's 55,000 for a 9.2.
Really?
Yes.
Damn, that wasn't a good guess.
So I guess I'll be getting like a 5.0. Because that'll be only like $3,000.
$3,000.
Yeah, because it gives you like, 4.0 and then 6.0. 4.0 is 2,400 and 6.0 is like 4,500 or something like that.
63.
Yeah.
Look, Tim's wheeling and dealing over there.
Yeah, it sounds like he's going through a list.
He is. He's like, yeah, I need that one. I need this one.
Hell yeah.
Look.
Yeah, hold on. I have my 100 bullets pulled up. Yeah. And
Hell
then
yeah.
I'm on to like 75 to 81. Do you have 84, 85?
Oh, doing that. I got a call from Tom a while
Most
back
of them
at the
are.
grocery store.
Yeah.
And he was like, hey, I'm at I think it was Second Charles or whatever. They got a bunch of Nexus books really cheap. Which ones do you need? I'm like, oh, I'm in the grocery store.
Yes.
Hold on, I had just put that app on my phone, a couple weeks ago. I'm like, let me pull that up. I think I put those Nexus in there, and luckily I had.
See,
Stop walking through the grocery store.
But if you don't pay for it, it only go up to like 20 bullets.
Yeah.
Oh, you need this one I got off of Android. It's just called My Comic Book Collection. There's a free and a paid version. The paid version's only like $1, maybe $2. But I've already got 624 comics on here.
Looking it up now. What's it called?
My Comic Book Collection.
No. I don't think so.
No, I guess it's got spaces in it. Oh, well, there it is. Has it got like a bunch of little books or something?
Yeah, like sitting on a shelf.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it good?
They have any animal meat?
I've liked it so far. It has access to Comic Vine, so you type in the title, and then you can hit your search, and it'll say.
Because the other one I used, it would let you get up to like 20 titles, and then after that, it wouldn't even load stuff up anymore.
I got 624 books in it already.
On the free version?
Yeah. It says there's no limit. The only thing that's different between the paid and the free version is the paid version has a couple of other things in the settings that you can't access. But it's things that like let you go in and change an entry for a book. Like if somebody put an entry in and they put the wrong artist or something, you could go in and change it. You can't do that on the free version. I'm like, I don't need to do that.
Yeah, I just need to know what I have.
Most of it's.
And it gives you a little thumbnail picture of them. When you go in to load a title, it can, depending on how many people have put entries into their system, you can have multiple.
Is this the one in Westport?
And unfortunately, like if you do X-Men, it won't tell you X-Men Volume 1 or Volume 2 or Volume 3 or anything like that. You have to look at the numbers and know how many issues were in the run or something like that. Where you just click on them and the story titles will come up. Or if you go down farther to give you the thumbnails, you can see the covers and all. What are you looking for in my stuff?
I'm trying to see if you put out the rest of my bag and was by accident. But I
I heard that. What are you doing to my stuff? Don't touch my stuff.
I'm trying to stick to my list. Yeah.
You always get
No,
there in a bag.
this is the static comic, so I got to send to that girl.
Sorry, that's my dad. He's at Half Price Books. He's like, "What are you looking for?" Because they got a bunch of stuff and it's all $1.
Oh yeah.
All right. Hey, fellas, I'm gonna have to shut this off. I gotta go cook dinner.
All right, man.
But
Yeah, it's getting kind of late.
yeah. I'll see you guys later.
All right, take it easy, man.
All right.